puertos de Albro, en el área revertida de Balboa, frente al Cerro Ancón. Y a corto plazo se instalarán paneles solares para ahorro energético. Desde el PARLATINO seguimos promoviendo el diálogo y la cooperación, consolidando el rol del organismo como plataforma regional para la acción y diplomacia ambiental. Nuestras acciones son reflejos de nuestros valores y de nuestro compromiso con las generaciones presentes y futuras. Cuidar del planeta no es una opción, es una responsabilidad compartida.
¿Sabías que el plástico del mar puede transformarse en algo increíble? En noviembre de 2024, y como parte de la cultura del programa PARLATINO Sostenible,
en la explanada frontal del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño en la ciudad de Panamá se colocaron 4 bancas ecológicas.
Cada una de estas bancas, hecha con 2.738 botellas recuperadas del océano, es una combinación perfecta de diseño y sostenibilidad. Tienen una durabilidad de más de 100 años.
Si visitas la sede del PARLATINO en Amador, en la ciudad de Panamá, podrás ver 10.952 botellas de plástico transformadas en bancas que ya no están en el mar.
Los grandes cambios empiezan con pequeñas acciones, porque cuidar del planeta no es una opción, es una responsabilidad compartida.
¿Y tú te unes al cambio? Cuéntanos tus acciones climáticas.
La idea inicial de crear la Alianza Parlamentaria para la Acción Climática y la Transición Justa nace en Río de Janeiro a inicios de octubre de 2024. Y ahí se discutió un tanto en torno al papel de los parlamentos ante estas cuestiones, incluido toda la cuestión asociada al cambio climático. En el entendido de que urgen acciones parlamentarias en función de la acción climática para detener el calentamiento global y, por supuesto, todos los efectos adversos del cambio climático. Y ahí lanzamos la iniciativa de constituir una alianza parlamentaria para la acción climática y la transición justa. Y debo decir, para mi sorpresa, que la acogida inicial fue superior a mis expectativas. Contribuir a catalizar la contribución parlamentaria, acelerar el aporte parlamentario a la acción climática y la transición justa. Los parlamentos tienen una potencial contribución que realizar a el enfrentamiento, la mitigación del cambio climático. Y en el caso de las instituciones interparlamentarias, porque puedan adoptar normas modelos, normas vinculantes o no, que sirvan de experiencia o permitan armonizar las normas y las legislaciones entre diversos países. En el orden de control o de fiscalización, Los parlamentos pueden acompañar, seguir, fiscalizar la manera en que se cumplen o no los compromisos nacionales de contribuciones en materia ambiental para la disminución de la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero. Entonces, las contribuciones nacionales a la acción climática. Pero también pueden los parlamentos o las estructuras interparlamentarias acompañar el análisis, el seguimiento, la construcción de consenso en torno a los compromisos adquiridos por los países industrializados para contribuir en términos financieros y de transferencia de tecnología a el acompañamiento de los países menos desarrollados en el enfrentamiento y la mitigación del cambio climático. Y en el ámbito ya de la representación, si estamos hablando de la necesidad de aprobar e implementar políticas inclusivas, participativas y que estén atentas a no dejar a nadie atrás y por tanto de propiciar una transición justa, obviamente eso tiene mucho que ver también con la función de representación de los parlamentos. Y ese es el sentido, no sacar a los parlamentos de sus obligaciones, de sus responsabilidades constitucionales, sino focalizar la problemática de la acción climática a la luz de esas atribuciones y obligaciones que tienen los parlamentos.
El edificio de la sede permanente del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño se construyó con una visión medioambiental responsable. Su diseño arquitectónico aprovecha al máximo la luz natural, permitiendo que aproximadamente el 60% de sus espacios estén iluminados sin necesidad de energía eléctrica durante gran parte del día. En el 2015 se implementa PARLATINO Sostenible, un programa institucional que promueve prácticas responsables dentro del Parlamento. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en parte esencial de nuestra cultura institucional, ejecutando acciones climáticas de impacto local positivo. Otros detalles de la sede son: cuenta con una planta de tratamiento de aguas residuales. Esta planta está conectada a un tanque de almacenamiento con capacidad para 20.000 galones. La cerca perimetral izquierda es natural, de pino hindú. La parte trasera colinda con un manglar, parte de los ecosistemas costeros vitales. Contamos con una estación de carga para automóviles eléctricos. Se ha instalado un banco de capacitores para la regulación energética. En el 2024, con motivo del 60 aniversario de la Constitución del Parlatino, se plantaron 60 árboles guayacanes en la glorieta frente al aeropuerto de Albro, en el área revertida de Balboa, frente al Cerro Ancón. Y a corto plazo se instalarán paneles solares para ahorro energético. Desde el Parlatino seguimos promoviendo el diálogo y la cooperación, consolidando el rol del organismo como plataforma regional para la acción y diplomacia ambiental. Nuestras acciones son reflejos de nuestros valores y de nuestro compromiso con las generaciones presentes y futuras. Cuidar del planeta no es una opción, es una responsabilidad compartida.
¿Sabías que el plástico del mar puede transformarse en algo increíble? En noviembre de 2024, y como parte de la cultura del programa PARLATINO Sostenible,
en la explanada frontal del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño en la ciudad de Panamá se colocaron 4 bancas ecológicas.
Cada una de estas bancas, hecha con 2.738 botellas recuperadas del océano, es una combinación perfecta de diseño y sostenibilidad. Tienen una durabilidad de más de 100 años.
Si visitas la sede del Parlatino en Amador, en la ciudad de Panamá, podrás ver 10.952 botellas de plástico transformadas en bancas que ya no están en el mar.
Los grandes cambios empiezan con pequeñas acciones, porque cuidar del planeta no es una opción, es una responsabilidad compartida.
¿Y tú te unes al cambio? Cuéntanos tus acciones climáticas.
La idea inicial de crear la Alianza Parlamentaria para la Acción Climática y la Transición Justa nace en Río de Janeiro a inicios de octubre de 2024. Y ahí se discutió un tanto en torno al papel de los parlamentos ante estas cuestiones, incluido toda la cuestión asociada al cambio climático. En el entendido de que urgen acciones parlamentarias en función de la acción climática para detener el calentamiento global y, por supuesto, todos los efectos adversos del cambio climático. Y ahí lanzamos la iniciativa de constituir una alianza parlamentaria para la acción climática y la transición justa. Y debo decir, para mi sorpresa, que la acogida inicial fue superior a mis expectativas. Contribuir a catalizar la contribución parlamentaria, acelerar el aporte parlamentario a la acción climática y la transición justa. Los parlamentos tienen una potencial contribución que realizar a el enfrentamiento, la mitigación del cambio climático. Y en el caso de las instituciones interparlamentarias, porque puedan adoptar normas modelos, normas vinculantes o no, que sirvan de experiencia o permitan armonizar las normas y las legislaciones entre diversos países. En el orden de control o de fiscalización, los parlamentos pueden acompañar, seguir, fiscalizar la manera en que se cumplen o no los compromisos nacionales de contribuciones en materia ambiental para la disminución de la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero. Entonces, las contribuciones nacionales a la acción climática. Pero también pueden los parlamentos o las estructuras interparlamentarias acompañar el análisis, el seguimiento, la contribución de consenso en torno a los compromisos adquiridos por los países industrializados para contribuir en términos financieros y de transferencia de tecnología a el acompañamiento de los países menos desarrollados en el enfrentamiento y la mitigación del cambio climático. Y en el ámbito ya de la representación, si estamos hablando de la necesidad de aprobar e implementar políticas inclusivas, participativas y que estén atentas a no dejar a nadie atrás y por tanto de propiciar una transición justa, obviamente eso tiene mucho que ver también con la función de representación de los parlamentos. Y ese es el sentido, no sacar a los parlamentos de sus obligaciones, de sus responsabilidades constitucionales, sino focalizar la problemática de la acción climática a la luz de esas atribuciones y obligaciones que tienen los parlamentos.
El edificio de la sede permanente del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño se construyó con una visión medioambiental responsable. Su diseño arquitectónico aprovecha al máximo la luz natural, permitiendo que aproximadamente el 60% de sus espacios estén iluminados sin necesidad de energía eléctrica durante gran parte del día. En el 2015 se implementa PARLATINO Sostenible, un programa institucional que promueve prácticas responsables dentro del Parlamento. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en parte esencial de nuestra cultura institucional, ejecutando acciones climáticas de impacto local positivo. Otros detalles de la sede son: cuenta con una planta de tratamiento de aguas residuales. Esta planta está conectada a un tanque de almacenamiento con capacidad para 20.000 galones. La cerca perimetral izquierda es natural, de pino hindú. La parte trasera colinda con un manglar, parte de los ecosistemas costeros vitales. Contamos con una estación de carga para automóviles eléctricos. Se ha instalado un banco de capacitores para la regulación energética. En el 2024, con motivo del 60 aniversario de la Constitución del Parlatino, se plantaron 60 árboles guayacanes en la glorieta frente al aeropuerto de Albro, en el área revertida de Balboa, frente al Cerro Ancón. Y a corto plazo se instalarán paneles solares para ahorro energético. Desde el Parlatino seguimos promoviendo el diálogo y la cooperación, consolidando el rol del organismo como plataforma regional para la acción y diplomacia ambiental. Nuestras acciones son reflejos de nuestros valores y de nuestro compromiso con las generaciones presentes y futuras. Cuidar del planeta no es una opción, es una responsabilidad compartida.
¿Sabías que el plástico del mar puede transformarse en algo increíble? En noviembre de 2024, y como parte de la cultura del programa PARLATINO Sostenible,
en la explanada frontal del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño en la ciudad de Panamá se colocaron 4 bancas ecológicas.
Cada una de estas bancas, hecha con 2.738 botellas recuperadas del océano, es una combinación perfecta de diseño y sostenibilidad. Tienen una durabilidad de más de 100 años.
Si visitas la sede del Parlatino en Amador, en la ciudad de Panamá, podrás ver 10.952 botellas de plástico transformadas en bancas que ya no están en el mar.
Los grandes cambios empiezan con pequeñas acciones, porque cuidar del planeta no es una opción, es una responsabilidad compartida.
¿Y tú te unes al cambio? Cuéntanos tus acciones climáticas.
La idea inicial de crear la Alianza Parlamentaria para la Acción Climática y la Transición Justa nace en Río de Janeiro a inicios de octubre de 2024. Y ahí se discutió un tanto en torno al papel de los parlamentos ante estas cuestiones, incluido toda la cuestión asociada al cambio climático. En el entendido de que urgen acciones parlamentarias de impulsión de la acción climática para detener el calentamiento global y, por supuesto, todos los efectos adversos del cambio climático. Y ahí lanzamos la iniciativa de constituir una alianza parlamentaria para la acción climática y la transición justa. Y debo decir, para mi sorpresa, que la propuesta inicial fue superior a mis expectativas. Contribuir a catalizar la contribución parlamentaria, acelerar el aporte parlamentario a la acción climática y la transición justa. los parlamentos tienen una potencial contribución que realizar a el enfrentamiento, la mitigación del cambio climático. Y en el caso de las instituciones interparlamentarias, porque pueden adoptar normas modelos, normas vinculantes o no, que sirvan de experiencia o permitan armonizar las normas y las legislaciones entre diversos países. En el orden de control o de fiscalización, los parlamentos pueden acompañar, seguir, fiscalizar la manera en que se cumplen o no los compromisos nacionales de contribuciones en materia ambiental para la disminución de la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero. Entonces, las contribuciones nacionales a la acción climática. Pero también pueden los parlamentos o las estructuras interparlamentarias acompañar el análisis, el seguimiento, la construcción de consenso en torno a los compromisos adquiridos por los países industrializados para contribuir en términos financieros y de transferencia de tecnología a el acompañamiento de los países menos desarrollados en el enfrentamiento y la mitigación del cambio climático. Y en el ámbito ya de la representación, si estamos hablando de la necesidad de aprobar e implementar políticas inclusivas, participativas y que estén atentas a no dejar a nadie atrás y por tanto de propiciar una transición justa, obviamente eso tiene mucho que ver también con la función de representación de los parlamentos. Y ese es el sentido, no sacar a los parlamentos de sus obligaciones, de sus responsabilidades constitucionales, sino focalizar la problemática de la acción climática a la luz de esas atribuciones y obligaciones que tienen los parlamentos.
El edificio de la sede permanente del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño se construyó con una visión medioambiental responsable. Su diseño arquitectónico aprovecha al máximo la luz natural, permitiendo que aproximadamente el 60% de sus espacios estén iluminados sin necesidad de energía eléctrica durante gran parte del día. En el 2015 se implementa PARLATINO Sostenible, un programa institucional que promueve prácticas responsables dentro del Parlamento. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en parte esencial de nuestra cultura institucional, ejecutando acciones climáticas de impacto local positivo. Otros detalles de la sede son: cuenta con una planta de tratamiento de aguas residuales. Esta planta está conectada a un tanque de almacenamiento con capacidad para 20.000 galones. La cerca perimetral izquierda es natural, de pino hindú. La parte trasera colinda con un manglar, parte de los ecosistemas costeros vitales. Contamos con una estación de carga para automóviles eléctricos. Se ha instalado un banco de capacitores para la regulación energética. En el 2024, con motivo del 60 aniversario de la Constitución del Parlatino, se plantaron 60 árboles guayacanes en la glorieta frente al aeropuerto de Albro, en el área revertida de Balboa, frente al Cerro Ancón. Y a corto plazo se instalarán paneles solares para ahorro energético. Desde el Parlatino seguimos promoviendo el diálogo y la cooperación, consolidando el rol del organismo como plataforma regional para la acción y diplomacia ambiental. Nuestras acciones son reflejos de nuestros valores y de nuestro compromiso con las generaciones presentes y futuras. Cuidar del planeta no es una opción, es una responsabilidad compartida.
¿Sabías que el plástico del mar puede transformarse en algo increíble? En noviembre de 2024, y como parte de la cultura del programa PARLATINO Sostenible,
en la explanada frontal del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño en la ciudad de Panamá se colocaron 4 bancas ecológicas.
Cada una de estas bancas, hecha con 2.738 botellas recuperadas del océano, es una combinación perfecta de diseño y sostenibilidad. Tienen una durabilidad de más de 100 años.
Si visitas la sede del Parlatino en Amador, en la ciudad de Panamá, podrás ver 10.952 botellas de plástico transformadas en bancas que ya no están en el mar.
Los grandes cambios empiezan con pequeñas acciones, porque cuidar del planeta no es una opción, es una responsabilidad compartida.
¿Y tú te unes al cambio? Cuéntanos tus acciones climáticas.
La idea inicial de crear la Alianza Parlamentaria para la Acción Climática y la Transición Justa nace en Río de Janeiro a inicios de octubre de 2024. Y ahí se discutió un tanto en torno al papel de los parlamentos ante estas cuestiones, incluido toda la cuestión asociada al cambio climático. En el entendido de que urgen acciones parlamentarias en función de la acción climática para detener el calentamiento global y, por supuesto, todos los efectos adversos del cambio climático. Y ahí lanzamos la iniciativa de constituir una alianza parlamentaria para la acción climática y la transición justa. Y debo decir, para mi sorpresa, que la acogida inicial fue superior a mis expectativas. Contribuir a catalizar la contribución parlamentaria, acelerar el aporte parlamentario a la acción climática y la transición justa. Los parlamentos tienen una potencial contribución que realizar a el enfrentamiento, la mitigación del cambio climático. Y en el caso de las instituciones interparlamentarias, porque puedan adoptar normas modelos, normas vinculantes o no, que sirvan de experiencia o permitan armonizar las normas y las legislaciones entre diversos países. En el orden de control o de fiscalización, los parlamentos pueden acompañar, seguir, fiscalizar la manera en que se cumplen o no los compromisos nacionales de contribuciones en materia ambiental para la disminución de la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero. Entonces, las contribuciones nacionales a la acción climática. Pero también pueden los parlamentos o las estructuras interparlamentarias acompañar el análisis, el seguimiento, la construcción de consenso en torno a los compromisos adquiridos por los países industrializados para contribuir en términos financieros y de transferencia de tecnología a el acompañamiento de los países menos desarrollados en el enfrentamiento y la mitigación del cambio climático. Y en el ámbito ya de la representación, si estamos hablando de la necesidad de aprobar e implementar políticas inclusivas, participativas y que estén atentas a no dejar a nadie atrás y, por tanto, de propiciar una transición justa, obviamente eso tiene mucho que ver también con la función de representación de los parlamentos. Y ese es el sentido, no sacar a los parlamentos de sus obligaciones, de sus responsabilidades constitucionales, sino focalizar la problemática de la acción climática a la luz de esas atribuciones y obligaciones que tienen los parlamentos.
El edificio de la sede permanente del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño se construyó con una visión medioambiental responsable. Su diseño arquitectónico aprovecha al máximo la luz natural, permitiendo que aproximadamente el 60% de sus espacios estén iluminados sin necesidad de energía eléctrica durante gran parte del día. En el 2015 se implementa PARLATINO Sostenible, un programa institucional que promueve prácticas responsables dentro del Parlamento. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en parte esencial de nuestra cultura institucional, ejecutando acciones climáticas de impacto local positivo. Otros detalles de la sede son: cuenta con una planta de tratamiento de aguas residuales. Esta planta está conectada a un tanque de almacenamiento con capacidad para 20.000 galones. La cerca perimetral izquierda es natural, de pino hindú. La parte trasera colinda con un manglar, parte de los ecosistemas costeros vitales. Contamos con una estación de carga para automóviles eléctricos. Se ha instalado un banco de capacitores para la regulación energética. En el 2024, con motivo del 60 aniversario de la Constitución del Parlatino, se plantaron 60 árboles guayacanes en la glorieta frente al aeropuerto de Albro, en el área revertida de Balboa, frente al Cerro Ancón. Y a corto plazo se instalarán paneles solares para ahorro energético. Desde el Parlatino seguimos promoviendo el diálogo y la cooperación, consolidando el rol del organismo como plataforma regional para la acción y diplomacia ambiental. Nuestras acciones son reflejos de nuestros valores y de nuestro compromiso con las generaciones presentes y futuras. Cuidar del planeta no es una opción, es una responsabilidad compartida.
¿Sabías que el plástico del mar puede transformarse en algo increíble? En noviembre de 2024, y como parte de la cultura del programa PARLATINO Sostenible,
en la explanada frontal del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño en la ciudad de Panamá se colocaron 4 bancas ecológicas.
Cada una de estas bancas, hecha con 2.738 botellas recuperadas del océano, es una combinación perfecta de diseño y sostenibilidad. Tienen una durabilidad de más de 100 años.
Si visitas la sede del Parlatino en Amador, en la ciudad de Panamá, podrás ver 10.952 botellas de plástico transformadas en bancas que ya no están en el mar.
Los grandes cambios empiezan con pequeñas acciones, porque cuidar del planeta no es una opción, es una responsabilidad compartida.
¿Y tú te unes al cambio? Cuéntanos tus acciones climáticas.
La idea inicial de crear la Alianza Parlamentaria para la Acción Climática y la Transición Justa nace en Río de Janeiro a inicios de octubre de 2024. Y ahí se discutió un tanto en torno al papel de los parlamentos ante estas cuestiones, incluido toda la cuestión asociada al cambio climático. En el entendido de que urgen acciones parlamentarias en función de la acción climática para detener el calentamiento global y, por supuesto, todos los efectos adversos del cambio climático. Y ahí lanzamos la iniciativa de constituir una alianza parlamentaria para la acción climática y la transición justa. Y debo decir, para mi sorpresa, que la acogida inicial fue superior a mis expectativas. Contribuir a catalizar la contribución parlamentaria, acelerar el aporte parlamentario a la acción climática y la transición justa.
Hola. Perfecto.
los parlamentos tienen una potencial contribución que realizar a el enfrentamiento, la mitigación del cambio climático. Y en el caso de las instituciones interparlamentarias, porque puedan adoptar normas modelos, normas vinculantes o no, que sirvan de experiencia o permitan armonizar las normas y las legislaciones entre diversos países. En el orden de control o de fiscalización, los parlamentos pueden acompañar, seguir, fiscalizar la manera en que se cumplen o no los compromisos nacionales de contribuciones en materia ambiental para la disminución de la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero. Entonces, las contribuciones nacionales a la acción climática. Pero también pueden los parlamentos o las estructuras interparlamentarias acompañar el análisis, el seguimiento, la contribución de consenso en torno a los compromisos adquiridos por los países industrializados para contribuir en términos financieros y de transferencia de tecnología a el acompañamiento de los países menos desarrollados en el enfrentamiento y la mitigación del cambio climático. Y en el ámbito ya de la representación, si estamos hablando de la necesidad de aprobar e implementar políticas inclusivas, participativas y que estén atentas a no dejar a nadie atrás y por tanto de propiciar una transición justa, obviamente eso tiene mucho que ver también con la función de representación de los parlamentos. Y ese es el sentido, no sacar a los parlamentos de sus obligaciones, de sus responsabilidades constitucionales, sino focalizar la problemática de la acción climática a la luz de esas atribuciones y obligaciones que tienen los parlamentos.
El edificio de la sede permanente del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño se construyó con una visión medioambiental responsable. Su diseño arquitectónico aprovecha al máximo la luz natural, permitiendo que aproximadamente el 60% de sus espacios estén iluminados sin necesidad de energía eléctrica durante gran parte del día. En el 2015 se implementa PARLATINO Sostenible, un programa institucional que promueve prácticas responsables dentro del Parlamento. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en parte esencial de nuestra cultura institucional, ejecutando acciones climáticas de impacto local positivo. Otros detalles de la sede son: cuenta con una planta de tratamiento de aguas residuales. Esta planta está conectada a un tanque de almacenamiento con capacidad para 20.000 galones. La cerca perimetral izquierda es natural, de pino hindú. La parte trasera colinda con un manglar, parte de los ecosistemas costeros vitales. Contamos con una estación de carga para automóviles eléctricos. Se ha instalado un banco de capacitores para la regulación energética. En el 2024, con motivo del 60 aniversario de la Constitución del Parlatino, se plantaron 60 árboles guayacanes en la glorieta frente al aeropuerto de Albro, en el área revertida de Balboa, frente al Cerro Ancón. Y a corto plazo se instalarán paneles solares para ahorro energético. Desde el Parlatino seguimos promoviendo el diálogo y la cooperación, consolidando el rol del organismo como plataforma regional para la acción y diplomacia ambiental. Nuestras acciones son reflejos de nuestros valores y de nuestro compromiso con las generaciones presentes y futuras. Cuidar del planeta no es una opción, es una responsabilidad compartida.
¿Sabías que el plástico del mar puede transformarse en algo increíble?
En noviembre de 2024 y como parte de la cultura del programa PARLATINO Sostenible,
en la explanada frontal del Parlamento Latinoamericano y Caribeño en la ciudad de Panamá se colocaron 4 bancas ecológicas.
Cada una de estas bancas, hecha con 2.738 botellas recuperadas del océano, es una combinación perfecta de diseño y sostenibilidad. Tienen una durabilidad de más de 100 años.
Si visitas la sede del Parlatino en Amador, en la ciudad de Panamá, podrás ver 10.952 botellas de plástico transformadas en bancas que ya no están en el mar.
Los grandes cambios empiezan con pequeñas acciones, porque cuidar del planeta no es una opción, es una responsabilidad compartida.
¿Y tú te unes al cambio? Cuéntanos tus acciones climáticas.
La idea inicial de crear la Alianza Parlamentaria para la Acción Climática y la Transición Justa nace en Río de Janeiro a inicios de octubre de 2024. Y ahí se discutió un tanto en torno al papel de los parlamentos ante estas cuestiones, incluido toda la cuestión asociada al cambio climático. En el entendido de que urgen acciones parlamentarias en función de la acción climática para detener el calentamiento global y, por supuesto, todos los efectos adversos del cambio climático. Y ahí lanzamos la iniciativa de constituir una alianza parlamentaria para la acción climática y la transición justa. Y debo decir, para mi sorpresa, que la acogida inicial fue superior a mis expectativas. Contribuir a catalizar la contribución parlamentaria, acelerar el aporte parlamentario a la acción climática y la transición justa.
Mariano, una preguntita. Muy buenos días, señores. Vamos a dar inicio en pocos segundos. Muy buenos días. Les pedimos a todos, tomen asiento para dar inicio al panel del día de hoy, jueves 5 de junio. Bien, para dar...
So let's begin. I want to tell you that it's no coincidence that today, June 5th, is the Environmental Day, and we are in the Parliament for the day 2 of the political dialogue. Parliament for Climate Action and a Just Transition. So again, let's begin with panel 1, because yesterday we covered one of the 3 Parliament dimensional works. We worked on legislative action, and today we will discuss representation. So let's continue now with prosecution. That will be the first panel. The prosecution in overall terms implies verification and enforcement of laws, regulations, contracts, and legal obligation of supervised actions. Its main objective is to enforce the law, prevent corruption, and guarantee the appropriate use of private or public resources. So let's begin with prosecution in the environmental action. And now we'll listen to Melina Ahoy, Deputy Secretary of the PARLATINO. A special guest of this segment, we have Mr. Gustavo Pacheco Villar, President of the Andean Parliament. And the panelists will be Mr. Rodrigo Pellecer, President of the Environmental Commission of the PARLATINO, Ms. Mayara Folli, Executive Director of CIPO, Dr. Jorge Rivera Staff, former Secretary of Energy of Panama, and Ms. Isabel Filberto Fons, Senior Director of the World Wildlife Fund. Please join us for this panel.
Buenos días, hola.
Good morning. Please take a seat wherever you would like. Good morning. We want to call our panelists. Please, the panelists, do join us. Dr. Jorge Rivera Staff, former Secretary of Energy of Panama.
La señora Mayara Folli, directora ejecutiva de la plataforma.
Ms. Mayara Folli, Executive Director, and Ms. Isabel Filoberto Fons, Senior Director of Projects for World Wildlife Fund.
Bueno, muy buenos días. Ya.
Good morning. Let's begin now. For me, it is an honor. My name is Melina Hoy. Today, in the Environment World Day, we want to welcome you the function of prosecution and the need for an effective accountability that is crucial until we establish policies and objectives, because we also need to ensure as countries that these laws are enforced. Yesterday, we saw risks and opportunities in this forum for climate action and just transition. And we as countries have to be interested in the climate change, and we have to raise awareness. We have to take action so that these generations, and I can no longer say future generations, these are the present generations, and we are those decision makers, so we have to leave them a good legacy. So I have great panelists with me today, and we have a special guest. I want to introduce Mr. Gustavo Pacheco Villar, our special guest. He is the president of the Andean Parliament since June of 2024. He is a lawyer and a politician from Peru. He has been a congressman in Peru from 2001 and 2000 to 2006, and he has been focusing on regional integration and international cooperation, committing to strengthening the bonds between the country members of the Andean community. Let's give him a round of applause, Mr. Gustavo Pacheco. We would like to hear from you everything about climate change and the challenge that definitely requires partnership between all of our countries. Honorable Board of Directors of this panel, gentlemen, dear brother President of the Latin American Parliament, Rolando Gonzalez, thank you for the invitation. I see Dr. Elias Castillo, who yesterday, the Chancellor of the Republic of Panama, in this very stage called Master. So we are all here to learn from you. I see my cousin, Mr. Pacheco, the president of everything in the Dominican Republic, and I see other colleagues and the general secretary of the parliament and other colleagues who have been in Lima, Peru for a few hours. I just came from closing the Eurolat event, and I want to thank you, Your Honor, for coming with me.
Peru. We have met in Lima during 3 intense days. The European Parliament and the Latin American Caribbean Parliaments, Parlatino, Parlacen, Parlasur, Parlandino. And we have reached agreements, and I ask you respectfully that you go into the social media pages so you can see the agreements that we have presented over diverse topics that will be laid on the tables of the state heads of state that will meet at select or ECLAC in the European Union in November, and then lands in Colombia, in Santa Marta. So respectfully, I ask you to be attentive to and possibly participate in these forums. We are here together because we have a pioneer common vision that PARLATINO has towards an alliance at a parliament level about all the climate topics. We, from the Andean Parliament, we will add ourselves up to this initiative, and we give out our best representative, the ex-president Juan Pablo of the Andean Parliament, Juan Pablo Letelier. He is here. He spoke yesterday, and he is our expert, our specialist in the topics that this Parliament Alliance has to monitor, audit, and this is the function of this session, the compliance of the treaties, of the agreements of all of the governments in climate change matters. He actually is the leader of the governance of the Parliament. He has been a senator senator for 33 years in Chile, and he will add himself with all of the power of the Andean Parliament. He has that power. And a very special data that I want to give you, 45,000 million euros have been offered by the European Union to Latin America and the Caribbean 2 years ago in Brussels in the Eurolat summit. We have not seen that money yet, and we are seeing what they call the global gateway. 45,000 million dollars into 2027, and it's already 25. I beg you, please go into those pages of the European Union and do that follow-up, because yesterday we were asking for funds from the European Union to work towards these matters, and the funds are there. There's 45,000 million dollars, sorry, euros, that want to be injected. There is a good line. We have good relation with a parliament called Euro-Mediterranean and countries of the Gulf. We have good relations with APAC, good relations with China, India, Russia. You can count us, President Rolando, to build these bridges. We're working together. The 4 parliaments in Latin America and the Caribbean, Parlatino, Andean, part of the Sur, we have all met together to go in one single way. And you have seen that we're together like a fist, all together. And I bring this up. It's better to walk all together. Here I'm talking about that leader that I'm talking about, that green leader in the parliament, but today he's dressed in white. He's dressed in white. And President Letelier, I have said that you are the special person that has been sent. Whatever you say will be heard by the parliament. Congratulations for this initiative. Dear colleagues, haven't made Eurolat has 2 important and significant things. First is that Eurolat has been made after 2 years. Let's not forget that there was not a summit in 8 years. 8 years, and 2 years ago we didn't have Eurolat, and we have been able to bring to the table, all of us, and we have seen each other face to face. And the second important thing is that we have complied with everything in the Andean Parliament in the Republic of Peru by working on these panels. Look, with climate change, this is now when the Western world is seeing the planet. The Mayas, the Aztec, we have always heard the planet. We have the Pachamama, the Mother Earth. It's now that the ones that have polluted it want to take care of it, who have done this emission of gases. The North is industrialized, pollutes, and it's the South that suffers the consequences. Yesterday, in a dramatic way, they told us that there are governments that are relocating people that are being invaded by floods, and the level has risen. And we've had this call to the Pachamama and Tahuantinsuyo in the Inca Empire. We had this call to the sun, to ecology, to the Pacific, living in peace with the environment. So let's remember our grandparents that have always taken care of the planet. We don't want them to evangelize us, the ones that polluted themselves. We are originary people, and we're proud of what we did thousands of years ago. In that path, in that sense, I want to strengthen. And this is why, through these words, final words, I want to thank and congratulate the Latin American Parliament that in a permanent way, constant way, is bringing us together here to Panama to feel proud of this beauty of institution and the articulation of the Parliament diplomacy. 25 years ago, nobody spoke about this topics. Now all the planet is being gathered together. Soon we will see the Arab Emirates, the countries of the Gulf. Soon we will hear about Spain, China, and we see that the agendas are full with invitations because the whole world is being invited because the topic is important, because different to the official diplomacy that the governments represent, we represent the people. That's the big difference. If you have noticed, in the whole world, a government only represents a party or two that are in alliance, but in the parliaments we represent the whole democratic arc, the whole democratic circle. I am honored for this invitation and proud to say these words. I open my heart from the Andes for all the guests to have a good return after all this is over, and we'll see each other again in Parlatino, or for Sur, or wherever God and our Mother Earth will take us. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, our dear Deputy Pacheco. With all of this experience that he has accumulated during this year, the auditing and the topics of climate change, without a doubt, require collaboration among the countries, and this is why we are here. Well, with no further ado, I want to ask the colleagues if there's other panelists. No? We only have our colleague here. Okay, then we will do a switch right now, because without a doubt is a first and second round of questions. We will make a fusion and it will give our panelists 10 minutes. So our colleagues from logistics will put the clock on the screen, please. Right now we have Myra Foley, who is the executive director and co-founder of the platform called CIPO. It's a think tank, Brazilian think tank, specialized in politics, ecology, and global governance, innovation, a member of the Think 20 consultant, and regularly publishes in politics magazines, co-author and co-editor of different publications, and master in Oxford in United Kingdom, licensed in international relations by the Rio de Janeiro Catholic University. Welcome, Mrs. Foley, to this panel. We wanted to ask, because in climate change topics is very important, but the basis of any climate action has a legal and regulatory framework that must be solid, and each country has their own frameworks. But tell us about Latin America and the Caribbean. How would we be evaluating this framework that usually the countries have, and in relation with the auditing or monitoring of the policies and climate actions? We can also see this with the role that the regional integration and international cooperation among the Latin American and Caribbean countries plays. And we would also like to know about the climate action that is not exclusive right now for the governments, the active participation of civil society, which is very important, and the commitment of the private sector. We have heard many times the words alliance between private and public sector, which are key and fundamental for these goals for sustainability. What role would the civil society and private sector in the auditing and monitoring for climate actions? Go ahead, Mrs. Foley, you have 10 minutes. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the President of PARLATINO, the Deputy Rolando, for the invitation, for bringing me here. It's a big pleasure for me to be part of this dialogue that marks the launch of this alliance, which was an idea that actually started in Rio de Janeiro in dialogue promoted. And this is already an example of collaboration between civil society, the parliaments. So I'm very pleased to be here. If you would allow me, so you don't need to try my mix of Spanish and Portuguese, I will switch to English since we have interpretation.
Before I go into your great and specific actions, I will talk just a little bit about the context that we are today as it relates to COP30 that is happening in my home country later this year in the Amazon. And again, I am very pleased to be part of this dialogue because I do believe that the members of parliament, in collaboration with civil society, the private sector, they have a very important role to play in helping address the two main challenges that the global climate regime faces. The first challenge being the implementation gap and the ambition gap. And I will start with the ambition gap because I believe the oversight role of members of parliament, la función de fiscalización, which is the topic of this panel, we really need a stronger action, including from member of parliaments, because I say this because although the UN Climate Convention has 198 parties, that is more than the number of member states of the United Nations. Despite of that, only 21 countries today have submitted that updated national determined contributions, their NDCs. And this means that instead of going toward the 1.5 degree or 2 degree limit to global warming, which was the goal of the Paris Agreement, currently we are unfortunately much more likely to be heading towards at least 3% degrees. And science shows us that the impact for the planet and for the people living in our planet will be catastrophic. Therefore, it would be very important for members of parliament to exercise their role in terms of calling their governments to submit urgently updated NDCs, but not only any NDCs. We need ambitious NDCs that cover all types of polluting gases, not only CO2, but also methane and others. We need NDCs that cover all sectors of the economy, and ultimately NDCs that are aligned with this 1.5 goal, which was established in the Paris Agreement. And we know that the window of opportunity to act is very narrow. Since we saw last year, the planet has reached for the first time 1.5 degrees. So unless we act quickly, we're going to miss this opportunity to reach this target. And the second point I wanted to highlight is the role that the members of parliament have in helping close the implementation gap, which is the main challenge that faces not only the climate regime, but the multilateral system as a whole. We really struggle to translate those commitments that we do on paper into practical solutions on the ground. And when we think of COP30 in Brazil this year, the implementation aspect is really, really crucial. And I say this because, frankly, the reality is that almost all key elements of the climate agenda have already been negotiated. The countries have already agreed that we need to deploy all efforts to keep global warming to 2 degrees, preferably 1.5. All countries have already agreed that we need to zero deforestation by 2030, which is of course a topic which is very relevant for our region. We have already agreed on the goal of tripling renewable energy, of doubling energy efficiency. We have already agreed that the vision to move forward is the transition away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. And since '92, there is already an agreement that developed nations, because of the historical responsibility, they are the ones who must lead the way in terms of providing climate finance. So since we already have these commitments and this framework, the success of COP30 and all consecutive COPs really depends on this ability to translate those legal commitments into action. And I believe that in Brazil, we do have an opportunity to create these partnerships that you mentioned between all levels of societies. Brazil has appointed over 30 climate envoys representing different regions of the world and different sectors to try to call for this mobilization. It has also innovated in the sense of creating a finance circle, which is bringing together ministers of finance, governors of central bank, the international financial institution, multilateral development banks, really with this vision that it won't be diplomats who will deliver on the solutions, who will deliver, especially on the means of the implementations, the finance, the technology. We need to bring these other sectors. So we now have this finance circle, which is led by our Minister of Finance, Fernando Haddad. Brazil also created a COP presidency circle. So it's bringing together every single presidency of the COP since COP21 in Paris to think of what are the structural reforms that we need in the climate regime so that it shifts again from focusing so much on words and paper, and so that it can drive the action on the ground. And so this, and also finally, it has created a people's circle, which brings together indigenous people, traditional communities, and civil society to collaborate in this effort. But I must admit that when it comes to the role of parliaments, we are yet to achieve progress. I think it's been quite disappointing, the progress on that front. To give an example, the president of COP, Ambassador, a very effective and efficient ambassador with a history of climate negotiations, he has sent several letters to the international community calling for those alliances, and every single actor has been mentioned, including subnational actors, mayors, governors, but members of parliament have not been referred to yet. And a part of the problem, I believe, is that we currently lack a formal structure to allow members of parliament to engage more effectively within the UN Convention on Climate Change. So national and municipal authorities, women groups, youth groups, NGOs, farmers, they all have an official and a formal constituency within the UN Climate Convention. We don't have that yet for members of parliament. And yesterday, the representative of Panama raised that point that they are ready to engage with the UNFCCC Secretariat to make this parliamentary constituency a reality. I believe that would be very important because it would allow members of parliament to engage more regularly with the UNFCCC Secretariat. It would allow them to submit oral and written submissions. It would allow them to receive information and the text of the official negotiations. There could be some repercussions in terms of credentials as well to participate at COP. In a nutshell, by having this formal space and constituency, we would be much better equipped for members of parliament to be able to exercise this oversight and accountability role that is so crucial. But the good news is that the COP30 presidency is open to dialogue. It is available for suggestions, and I would like then to conclude to put my organization, Plataforma Cipó, at your disposal, at the disposal of the Alliance, to establish this space, this bridge between members of parliament here, the COP30 presidency, and the other actors, including within civil society, so that we can reach an ambitious outcome at COP30, which will be the first COP in the Amazon, and we really need to build on this momentum to bring the solutions not only from the climate but also for nature in a way to advance the theme of this dialogue, which is a just transition that allows the climate goals to be advanced together with social inequality outcomes. We need to address poverty, inequalities, hunger, together with the climate action and the climate agenda. Otherwise, the transition, which is meant to be just, will end up reinforcing inequalities, and that's what we want to avoid. So once again, very pleased to be here, and congratulations for this alliance, and count on us on making sure this is going to be a powerful and successful alliance in the future. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Molly. Very to the point, in fact, with her time. Without a doubt, you were talking about COP30, which was very important. And if I'm not mistaken, this year, Brazil will be the host in order to move forward and make more agile the agreements like the Paris Agreement topics, and also be able to promote climate change. I want to congratulate Brazil because they are the leaders in the global climate agenda. So those agreements that are written down in paper, but they continue to get feedback from different instances like and legislative assembly. What would be the challenges of the legislative fractions, the ideologies? How will they all come together and be able to generate that collaboration towards climate change action? Let's start the round of questions. If anybody wants to ask a question to Mrs. Emily, you are welcome. Please, you raise your hand and you have up to 2 minutes for your question. Anybody would like to ask a question? Over there. Good afternoon. I'm from Mexico. Maria Ortiz. I want to ask, how long did it take to implement the use of ethanol and the percentage that now you have for gasoline, the cost of it per liter, and how were the reforms made that they implemented in Brazil? Because I think that this generates economical efficiency, but also a very important aid towards the environment.
Gracias.
Thank you. I will answer in English.
Brazil is one of the world's largest producers of ethanol, which has become a hot topic at the moment, but really this is a field that has been explored for decades in Brazil. I remember I grew up with most cars already being built with what we call flex model, right? Petrol and also ethanol. And Brazil has been working with countries including the US before the change in the administration, but also with India, which has a large ethanol potential, to expand on this solution abroad, which for some countries it's a more affordable option than, for instance, the pathway of electrification. But I think it's very important when we talk about ethanol to consider although from an emissions perspective it has the potential to be what we call clean, what we also see is that, unfortunately, there is often a significant impact in terms of deforestation and in terms of the impact of local communities. It does not have to be the case, and that's why we really need to advocate for strong environmental legislation to prevent those environmental impacts. But unfortunately, but certainly something that Brazil has been pushing for. I think another point that it's important to take into account in those discussions that although, as I mentioned before, ethanol can be a more affordable and practical solution for countries like Brazil and other countries in our region, I think we should not give up on, for certain aspects, including public transportation, on the electrification pathway. And I say that because of the added value of those technologies. And it is really important that we don't transition in the way that our region is only importers of electric cars, of electric vehicles, but we need to find a way to cooperate more in terms of having access to this type of green technology so that we are able to take the advantage of the opportunities that the transition offer in terms of adding value to the products that we sell.
¿Algún otro asistente que...
Any other guest would like to raise a question? A hand's raised over there.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Good morning. First of all, congratulations for your presentation. But if you could share with us a case of success in Brazil. My name is Ernesto Niños from Mexico, and we are living very serious issues with the land use change out in the country. In Michoacán, we have the famous avocado, the green gold. All of a sudden, there are forest fires, and then after that, next day, you have an avocado crop. Although there are laws that are trying to prevent this, the governments are being overcome, and we haven't been able to stop this problem. I have just started an initiative, so at least the new crops will have to leave 10% of the land for forests or the native trees. But this is still waiting to be approved. But what is Brazil doing with this problem? Because in Michoacán, Mexico, and many states, we are being consumed by this issue.
Gracias por la pregunta.
Thank you for your question. It's a very important topic.
The main challenge is how to address deforestation and land use, right? Brazil has one of the world's cleanest electric matrix and energy matrix, but the bulk of its emission comes from deforestation. So for Brazil to reach any type of net zero or to fulfill its NDCs, it really needs to address deforestation and land use. And since the change in government in 2002, there has been a significant increase in deforestation, largely as a result of investments in law enforcement and in monitoring to satellites and in fining people who have been cutting down the forest. The rates are still very high, but it have been steadily decreasing year by year. But one thing that I think we need to bear in mind is that even if Brazil was able to zero deforestation, that wouldn't be enough to prevent the tipping point of the Amazon if we don't have cooperation with the other Amazon countries as well. And that's why there's been an effort from the Brazilian government to bring those countries together. In 2023, Brazil hosted an Amazon Head of State Summit in Belém, where they came up with a declaration called the Belém Declaration, which has over 113 commitments, including the commitment to cooperate in law enforcement, ensuring of intelligence, legal cooperation, to tackle this issue of deforestation together as a whole. And it is the only solution. And so I do invite everyone to read the Belém Declaration, because the commitments, again, are there, and we need to make progress in the lead up to COP30 so that we are able to show progress at the front. But another point that I think it's important, and Brazil is doing an effort, relates to finance. It costs a lot of money to keep the forest standing. Brazil spends from its own budget, not international donations, millions and millions each year to fight the organized crime that affects our region. And to that end, Brazil is currently proposing an initiative called the TFFF, Tropical Forest Forever Facility, which is a mechanism which will attract investments to compensate financially those countries who have forests and tropical forests in particular, so that they have the means to keep the forest standing. And the idea is that 20% of the funding that would be attracted through this facility would go directly to local and indigenous community to try to address the huge gap that we have today in terms of direct access to local communities. But this depends, of course, on money on the table. There's a huge effort being made, so we need to really call on developed nations to step up. The idea is that this facility will be managed by the World Bank as well, and it would be, in terms of tropical forests and the finance, I think it could be a game change, the start of a change, because currently we know that the onus of fighting deforestation, of keep the forest standard, is within the developing nation, which are the ones who hold the majority of the forest, and at the moment they are not being supported well enough. So we need to advance on the finance front as well.
Bueno, con esto.
Well, with this, we conclude this panel. I want to thank Ms. Foley for her excellent intervention, and definitely climate change colleagues is already here. Maybe in 20 years, because a panelist yesterday said 20 years ago we didn't speak about this, and now it's a transcendental topic. It's the topic that all the institutions and all of the countries definitely have to put a lot of attention to. It's a team, it's teamwork, it's sharing the good or best practices among the countries, is generating actions in decision making, but also with good auditing and fiscalization, so that will become transparent, and there will not be, like our host mentioned, the corruption aspect. They must be transparent processes, and they must articulated through different institutions. So we hope that these ideas and perspectives now today will serve as inspiration to many of you. And thank you again, Ms. Foley, for opening these spaces and share with us all those experiences of what nowadays Brazil is applying, and all your expertise in the field of climate change. Thank you very much to all the guests. Have a good day, and let's continue with the panel. Thank you very much to Deputy Melanie Joy and Mariah Foley for being in this second panel of auditing fiscalization. After finishing this second panel, we have the first segment of social interventions. We first had Fatah Boti, the deputy representing Brahim Bugali, president of the Argelia National Assembly. She will give her simultaneous interpreter for deputy representing Brahim Bugali, president of the Argelia National Assembly.
شكرا. معالي رئيس برلمان عموم أمريكا اللاتينية والكاريبي رولاندو باتريسيو، السيد الأمين العام إلياس كاسيو، أصحاب المعالي رؤساء البرلمانات الوطنية والإقليمية، أصحاب المعالي أعضاء المكتب الموسع، السادة ضيوف الشرف، زملائي ممثلو الدول الأعضاء الملاحظون، السيدات والسادة أعضاء السلك الدبلوماسي، الحضور الكريم.
Excelentísimo presidente del Parlatino.
Excellent President of Parlatino, Executive President of Parlatino, honorable members of the Parlatino, esteemed colleagues, representative of the member states, members, observers, ladies and gentlemen of the diplomatic body, and all of the present guests.
أود أن أعبر عن خالص التقدير والعرفان للدعوة الكريمة التي أتاحت لنا فرصة مخاطبة هذا الصرح البرلماني الهام الذي يجمع تحت سقفه صوت الشعوب وقيم السيادة والتعاون العادل.
en nombre de la Asamblea.
In the name of the Argentine National Assembly, I want to express our sincere recognition and profound gratefulness for this invitation to letting us address in this parliament that shares the voice of the people, the values of sovereignty and equality and liberty.
أمريكا اللاتينية والكاريبي ليس فقط تاريخ النضال المشترك ضد الاستعمار بل أيضا الطموح المشترك لبناء مستقبل قائم على احترام السيادة الوطنية، العدالة الاجتماعية، الكرامة الإنسانية وحق الشعوب في تقرير مصيرها ومستقبلها.
In Latin American Caribbean countries, we share not only common history against colonialism, but also a common aspiration, building a future based upon the respect of social justice, human dignity, and the right of the people to determine their destiny in freedom.
تشكل مكافحة التغيير المناخي اليوم تحديا إنسانيا وأخلاقيا قبل أن يكون تقنيا أو سياسيا، وهي إحدى أولويات الجزائر الدائمة على المستويين الوطني والدولي. وقد جسد رئيس الجمهورية الجزائرية الديمقراطية الشعبية السيد عبد المجيد تبون هذا الالتزام من خلال مشاركته في قمة قادة العالم خلال الدورة 27 لمؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن التغيرات المناخية كوب 27.
Honorables señores y señores.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fight against climate change represents today a human and ethical fight, more than political or technical. This constitutes a permanent priority to Argelia, not only at a national level, but at a global level. The commitment of our country has been driven by His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, the president of the country that participated in the World Leaders Forum in the framework of COP27, the conference in the framework of the United Nations efforts.
على الصعيد البرلماني لقد وضعت الجزائر وهي أكبر بلد في إفريقيا مسألة المناخ في صميم استراتيجيتها التنموية، بدءا من المخطط الوطني للمناخ 2020-2030، مرورا بإعادة بعث مشروع السد الأخضر. أما على الصعيد البرلماني أطلق المجلس الشعبي الوطني الجزائري شبكة البرلمانيين المهتمين بالمناخ بهدف تعزيز الرقابة التشريعية والدفع نحو مزيد من الانخراط المجتمعي في قضايا البيئة.
Argelia being the biggest country in the African continent has seen the climate issue as the center of its development strategy, starting with the climate plan for the country 2020-2030 and the building of the Great Green Wall. In the parliament in Argelia, there is a network of parliament members concerned with the climate issue to strengthen the legislative power and incentivize more social implication in the environmental issues.
رغم محدودية مسؤولياتها في انبعاث الغازات المسببة للاحتباس الحراري، تؤمن بمبدأ المسؤولية المشتركة ولكن المتباينة، وتدعو إلى معاملة منصفة للبلدان النامية وخاصة القارة الإفريقية التي تدفع اليوم وبقسوة ثمن أزمة لم تكن من صنعها.
In spite that the responsibility of Argelia and the emissions for greenhouse gases is limited, our country adheres itself firmly to the principle of common responsibilities, but differentiated and advocates for a fair treatment in all of the developed countries, in particular the African continent that suffers nowadays very harshly the consequences of a crisis that has not originated themselves.
إننا نشهد اليوم في بعض مناطق العالم محاولة لاستغلال ذريعة الانتقال الطاقوي لفرض نماذج استعمارية جديدة، سواء من خلال الاستيلاء على أراضي السكان الأصليين أو عدم منح فرص للدول النامية لتثمين مواردها الطبيعية وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة.
Honorable members of the parliament, we are witnesses today in different regions of the world of the attempts to instrumentalize the body and the concept of energy transition to impose new ways of domination that are neo-colonialism, be it by taking away land from the originary peoples or to lessen the opportunities of the global south to take advantage of their natural resources and reach a sustainable development.
ثابت لا انتقال طاقوي عادل دون احترام سيادة الدول في التمتع بثرواتها، ولا عدالة مناخية دون حماية حقوق الشعوب في أراضيها وبيئتها وموروثها. فكما قاوم سيمون بوليفار وخوسيه ماريتي وكل رموز التحرر في أمريكا اللاتينية نيل الاستعمار والهيمنة باسم الكرامة والسيادة، فإن شعوب الجنوب اليوم ترفض أن تلبس الهيمنة قناع المناخ أو أن يعاد استعمار الأرض تحت راية البيئة. إن التحرر الحقيقي لا يتجزأ والسيادة البيئية جزء لا يتجزأ من السيادة الوطنية.
In this context, Argelia firmly has the will of promoting a transition that we cannot speak about climate justice without safeguarding the rights of the lands over their territory, their environment, and their ancestral patrimony. Just like Simón Bolívar, José Martí, and other symbols of the emancipation in Latin America, they fought against the colonialism and hegemony in name of sovereignty and freedom. Now the peoples of the South reject that domination will disguise itself with the fight for against climate change and environmentalism. The real freedom is indivisible, and environmental sovereignty is an essential component in national sovereignty.
على موقف الجزائر الثابت لا انتقال طاقوي عادل دون احترام سيادة الدول في التمتع بثرواتها، ولا عدالة مناخية دون حماية حقوق الشعوب في أراضيها وبيئتها وموروثها. فكما قاوم سيمون بوليفار وخوسيه ماريتي وكل رموز التحرر في أمريكا اللاتينية نيل الاستعمار والهيمنة باسم الكرامة والسيادة، فإن شعوب الجنوب اليوم ترفض أن تلبس الهيمنة قناع المناخ أو أن يعاد استعمار الأرض تحت راية البيئة. إن التحرر الحقيقي لا يتجزأ والسيادة البيئية جزء لا يتجزأ من السيادة الوطنية. إن الانتقال الطاقوي ينبغي أن يكون أداة لتحرير الإنسان لا وسيلة جديدة لاستغلاله، وينبغي أن يكون انتقالا عادلا يشمل كل الأقاليم ويضمن نقل التكنولوجيا وتوفير التمويل وتعزيز القدرات المحلية. إن البرلمان هو صوت الشعوب وهو مؤتمن على آمالها، ومن هذا المنبر يدعو إلى تنسيق الجهود بين برلمانات دول الجنوب دفاعا عن مصالح شعوبنا لمواجهة كل أشكال الإقصاء البيئي والاستغلال المناخي.
The energy transition must be a tool for the emancipation of the humankind, not a new instrument for its exploitation. It must be an inclusive, just transition that will gather all of the territories, will guarantee the technological transference, and will ensure the local capabilities. The parliament is the true voice of the people and the place where their aspirations go. From this podium, we call to the coordination of the efforts amongst the global South parliaments in defense of the interests of our nations, fighting against any type of social exclusion and environmental injustice.
إن الحروب ليست مآسي إنسانية فحسب، بل تمتد آثارها لتشمل عناصر البيئة كافة، من تلوث الهواء والمياه إلى تدهور التربة وتدمير النظم البيئية. في القرن ال21 أصبحت الحروب أكثر تدميرا بفعل التطور التكنولوجي، ما جعل البيئة إحدى أبرز الضحايا الصامتة. ويعد ما يحدث في غزة في فلسطين مثالا معاصرا صارخا لهذه الحقيقة. لذلك لا يمكن الحديث عن مجابهة التغييرات المناخية وحماية بيئتنا دون العمل على ترسيخ ثقافة السلام وتعزيز آليات حل النزاعات وضمان العدالة الاجتماعية. فالسلم ليس فقط غياب الحرب، بل هو توفر الظروف التي تسمح للمجتمعات بالعيش في أمان.
Distinguished guests, the war is not only the loss of human lives, but their devastating effects can affect the environment, degradation of the soil, pollution of the water, and the degradation of the environment at large. In our times, the technological evolution has magnified the destructive ability of the confrontations, making the planet one of the silent victims. The catastrophe that Gaza is nowadays living in Palestine is an eloquent example in this cruel reality. This is why we cannot speak about fighting climate change or protection of the environment without working parallel in the consolidation of a culture of peace, the strengthening of the mechanism of resolution of conflicts, and the guarantee of social justice.
بطريقة مستدامة وعليه. وفي الأخير وباسم رئيس المجلس الشعبي الوطني الجزائري السيد إبراهيم بوغالي، الرئيس الحالي للاتحاد البرلماني العربي، نثمن المبادرة بإطلاق هذا الحوار البرلماني السياسي، ويعبر باسم الهيئتين الذي تجمعهما اليوم مع البارلاتينو الأطر القانونية اللازمة مجهودات السيد رولاندو غونزاليس باتريسيو على جهوده الجبارة لتعزيز التعاون البرلماني من خلال كل آليات الدبلوماسية البرلمانية المتاحة. كما نأمل أن تتوج أشغال هذا الحوار بمخرجات تستجيب لتطلعات شعوبنا.
And in the name of the President Ibrahim Rugali, who is now the President of the Arab International Parliament, we address this political conversation in the name of both institutions that share today with Parlatino a legal common framework. We express our recognition to Mr. Rolando Gonzalez Patricio for his great labor in the Parliament cooperation through all of the mechanisms that are available for legislative diplomacy. We trust that the works of this dialogue will have success and that will respond to the aspirations of our peoples.
السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة أعضاء المكتب التنفيذي، السيدات والسادة أعضاء المكتب الموسع للبارلاتينو، يتشرف كل من المجلس الشعبي الوطني الجزائري والاتحاد البرلماني العربي أن يكون من بين الأعضاء المؤسسين لهذا التحالف، ليكون تحالفا برلمانيا يدعم كل المبادرات جنوب التي تعنى بالمناخ والعدالة البيئية، ومنبرا للتبادل الخبرات وتنسيق المواقف ودعم قضايا السيادة البيئية والانتقال الطاقوي العادل في المحافل الدولية. وفي الختام أجدد شكري لكم وأعبر عن استعداد الجزائر لمواصلة العمل مع جميع الشركاء في سبيل دعم كل المبادرات التي تخدم كل الإنسان في قلب المعادلة المناخية دون تمييز أو تهميش. شكرا لكم على حسن الإصغاء.
Therefore, Mr. President, honorable members of the Directive Board of PARLATINO. It's an honor for the Popular Assembly of Argelia and the Interparliamentary Union of Arab Countries to be part of the founding members of this alliance in the parliaments to ensure that all the efforts towards climate justice will constitute as a space for interchange of experiences, articulation of proposals and positions in defense of the causes related to the environmental sovereignty, and through a just transition for energy in international firms. To conclude, again, you have our firm disposition in Argelia to continue working together with all of the associates in support of all initiatives that will put the humankind in the center of the climate equation without discrimination or exclusion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias. Esta fue.
Thank you very much. This was the intervention of Deputy Fatah Badbi. Remember, Representative Ibrahim Bugali, President of the National Assembly of Argelia, Popular Assembly of Argelia. Now we will enjoy a video from Simon Still, Executive Secretary of the Secretariat in the framework of United Nations for Climate Change. You may go ahead.
This dialogue takes place at a vital moment, halfway between the global stocktake and COP30 in Belém. The climate crisis is rapidly intensifying, hitting every economy harder each year. Now is the moment to respond with justice, solidarity, and speed. Healthy economies and societies depend on climate action that is just, that creates jobs, empowers communities, and protects those who have done least to cause this crisis, but bear its harshest impacts. As parliamentarians, you are the custodians of the region I call home. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, I know that we feel the scale and urgency of the challenge all too well. But I also see the energy and innovation of our people. Whether on my home island of Carriacou in the wake of Hurricane Beryl, or in so many other places hard hit by climate impacts, the resilience I've seen is inspiring. This region is rich in solutions, indigenous knowledge, youth leadership, clean energy potential, and so much more. I was in Panama last week at our new Climate Weeks, which we've reformatted to focus on real-world solutions and how to scale them up and share them. What I heard there was really encouraging, but there is much more work ahead of us. So parliamentarians have a vital role to play in advancing those solutions. You hold the levers that turn climate ambition into law, that provide budgets to back up promises, that bring the people's voices into climate policy. And as we look to the next round of national climate plans, your leadership will be vital to ensure the commitments that governments make are not just technically sound, but ambitious, socially grounded, and widely supported. And friends, in these testing times for the transition, we all need to be truly global. International cooperation is more important than ever. This dialogue is an expression of that cooperation, and I stand with each of you. Let us act boldly together to deliver climate solutions that build our collective security and prosperity, leaving no one behind. I thank you.
Bien, ahora invitamos a la embajada, Su Excelencia, Armagan İnci Ersoy, embajadora de Turquía en Panamá. La embajadora nos acompaña. Adelante, un fuerte aplauso.
Mr. President, Mr. Executive Secretary, distinguished members of Parliament. I'm Turkish ambassador in Panama since April, and I would like to convey to you the greetings and best wishes of success of the Turkish Grand National Assembly. It is an honor for me to address to this distinguished forum, and I would like to share with you the position of Turkey in view of the climate change. And with your permission, I will try to do it in Spanish. Como destacado,
like we have highlighted many times, climate change is not only an environmental challenge, it's also a development crisis. It's a justice matter and a test for international solidarity. Its effects, even though they are global, they are profoundly unequal in its impact. The global countries from the global south that have contributed very little to climate change are facing the most harsh consequences, from the rise of sea level, food security, and the loss of biodiversity and pollution. In this context, the principle of responsibility, common responsibility, but differentiated, and the respective capacities are more pertinent than ever. It's a fundamental principle in the United Nations framework about climate change and the Paris Agreement. This principle reminds us that even though the climate action must be collective, it should also be fair, recognizing the historical responsibilities, the national circumstances, and limitations of capacity. A just transition requires that all the nations will move towards sustainability, but at a different rhythm. Equality must guide our policies. The support must reach the places where the needs are more pressing, are found in the first line of climate vulnerability, should have a special voice when we shape the solutions. The parliaments have a vital role in this sense. It's not only about legislative bodies, it is democratic institutions that can guide the national responses towards equity, responsibility, and ambition. With this habilitating actions and executive actions approving resilient budgets for climate and promoting public inclusive debates, the parliaments can act as catalyzers of climate actions that is fair and efficient. We are committed with climate multilateralism and with a global climate regime that is fair and inclusive, just and inclusive. We are adapting concrete measures in order to reach our objectives of zero net emissions by 2053, and where green transition, we believe that international cooperation, especially among the countries of the global south, is essential for success. We have presented our law for the climate that includes the commerce regime for emissions in our parliament, and we have announced our climate strategies in the long run. We continue on our efforts with determination to implement financing green strategies and create a national green economy. We are working to include in our second contribution at a national level the most ambitious objectives that will cover all of the sectors and all of the greenhouse emission gases. Our presence in to be part of COP31 in 2026 reflects our compromise with multilateralism and our disposition to unite diverse voices in order to have a significant impact towards the climate solutions. Given the importance that the digital technologies play in fighting climate change, in COP30, we will launch the Digitalization Initiative for Climate Action with the objective of promoting the green transition through digitalization. The climate policies sectorial in Turkey include the roadmap for technology of green growth for 2053, the map route for low carbon emissions in the industrial sectors of 2053, for the aluminum, iron, cement, and fertilizer sectors, the map route of decarbonization for 2053 for the sector of construction, and the National Master Plan for Transportation and Logistics for 2053, among others. Under the support of the First Lady Amina Erdogan, the movement Zero Waste has become a national initiative to become a real effort globally that has the impulse of the resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations for zero waste, inspiring the action of industry, demonstrating the power of collective action to face the crisis of waste crisis. Since its creation, this legislation has 9-ton gas, has avoided the emission of 9 tons of greenhouse gases, which shows our determination of our fight against the climate crisis. With our climate policies, the electrification of coal, the just transition, the finances, green finances, we see all these as a strategic structure. We not only pretend to reduce emissions, but also we aspire for a transition that integrates all of the sectors, with this point to guarantee a climate finance that is accessible and will respond to the needs of the countries in different levels of development. This is very important to maintain the impulse that we have reached until this point. We believe that this dialogue will help us enforce the collaboration and the voice of the Global South, and to guarantee that climate justice will not only be a principle on paper, but a practice in reality. Thank you very much.
Fuerte aplauso. Muchísimas gracias, Su Excelencia. Armagani.
Thank you very much, Armagani. This is now Eduardo Lopez, local resilience of the United Nations Office for Reduction of Risk Against Disaster. Big round of applause for Cristobal Lopez.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. Distinguished colleagues and parliament members, greetings from the Office of the United Nations for Reduction Against Disaster, Risk and Areas of Disaster for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for this valuable invitation for opening strategic spaces for discussion like this. It's an honor to be part of this panel and do that in the framework of conversations that move towards climate change, just transition, and a region that's sustainable and resilient. Allow me to move forward with a key message. Climate change by itself is not a disaster. Disasters are the results of the interactions between the different threats. Anthropogenic are others, and the vulnerability and exposition. They materialize when cities, communities, and infrastructure encounter risk without the preparation or adequate planification. This is why it's important to remember that disasters are not natural. At a global level, we see an alarming tendency: more disaster, more people affected, and more economical loss. This trajectory has marked last 2 decades, and it's explained by the coincidence of different factors through things like climate change, the rapid urban growth not planified, the persistence of an interaction between development and threats. All this makes that the threats of an event will propagate and multiply. In Latin America and the Caribbean, probabilities show that the annual loss by disaster could be $58,000 million per year. Approximately 70% are due to environmental threats, and this could even rise in 6% because of the climate factors. We see this relatively. Some countries face a significant losses that could from 0.1% onto 1.5% of their national budget annually. This physical vulnerability sustained in time puts at risk the stability, economical stability in the run. These are projections, yes, but they represent a clear route. We cannot wait. We must anticipate ourselves, act strategically, and invest in development that's resilient. In face of this, the disaster actions has 3 types. One, the prospective actions, which are precisely those that look out to avoid the creation of new risks. Second, corrective actions directed to reduce the existing risk. And lastly, the third, compensatory actions, which are necessary to respond against disaster and rebuild, but that can also reinforce the preventive capacities through early alerts or resilient construction. The report the regional report, the RAR 24 elaborated by the United Nations Office for Reduction of Disaster, wants to move towards an allocation of resources to 3 lines of actions adjusted to the characteristics of each country. Now, for this diversification to be feasible, we need enabling frameworks that will allow to mobilize the resources, coordinate the sectors, and ensure that each investment will be an investment in resilience as well. And even though many of these countries have strengthened their frameworks, we still have operative gaps. There are only a few countries that have financial specific allocations to reduce this risk of disaster and public policies that integrate resilience. The reports are clear. In 5 different countries, the reduction destined to reduce risk varies from less than 0.1% and goes up to 2.5%. And what's more concerning of all this is that in some cases, even 60% of those funds are left without executing each year. Also, the resources that are executed, just 6% are towards prospective actions and 16% to corrective actions, and 78% for compensatory actions, meaning we are still financing mainly response actions and not prevention actions. And this is simply inefficient. We know that for each dollar invested in prevention, we can save up to $4 or $7 of response and
it's not only about removing the response investment, but redirecting the resources strategically to strengthen capabilities to avoid disasters to scale. In international cooperation, the challenges are obvious. Less than 1% of the development official assistance is directed to development, and if we incorporate climate change, it's only 6%. The region needs more cooperation, yes, but it also needs to strengthen its internal funding capabilities with fiscal strategies and public investment systems. In the region, we have a clear example of how solid governance can translate into an effective risk management, and it's the Panama Canal. The infrastructure where around 60% of global trade has been operating for over a century because of maintenance, planning, and institutional coordination. The Canal Authority does exercises with communities and public organizations and makes informed decisions based on risk, with a climate database that compiles information for over 100 years. During La Purísima storm in 2010, they were able to prevent a disaster. The canal proves that with a strong decision making based on risk, it is possible to protect not only critical infrastructure, but also the development of a country. And I would like to close with 5 key messages. 1. The impact of disaster is growing in the region. It is necessary to reduce the impact. 2. The investment on disaster reduction is a key component for sustainable development. However, it's still insufficient, the investment. 3. The investment requires governance and robust frameworks. 4. There are opportunities to increase financing. The states must design strategies adapted to their local context and make progress towards optimal diversification. And 5. The region needs a significant drive in registering, monitoring, and assessing funding for disaster risk reduction. Investing in resilience is not an expense. It's a smart strategy that is effective and urgent to protect the development. And you, as decision makers and key stakeholders in the budgets of your country, you play a crucial role. If we truly want a more sustainable Latin America and the Caribbean that is more resilient and more just, we have to make strong decisions today with responsibility, with a long-term vision, and with a political will that the moment demands, so that this space can be an opportunity to exchange ideas, but to drive concrete actions, consolidate strategic alliances, mobilize cooperation, and translate everything for a safer future for our communities. Thank you. Thank you, Cristobal Lopez, for your contribution. Our next guest is a woman that made history in Panama and in the world. She is a trained engineer, a pioneer, and a symbol of leadership, female leadership in a male-predominant field. She was the mastermind, and she directed the expansion of the Panama Canal. And today, she assumes the position of Deputy Administrator of the Panama Canal. Her pink helmet not only challenges stereotypes but represents strength, intelligence, and the elegance for whom many women she opened the door for. And we are very proud for her. And for you, Ilia Espino Marota. Let's give her a round of applause. Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be with you today. I want to talk about the Panama Canal Administration and what we do. So I will be talking about what we do for the sustainability of the environment. We have a law in the Constitution that gives us the framework for the administration of the Panama Canal. As a self-sufficient institution, we have the responsibility of managing the water for the consumption of the communities in the surroundings of the canal, but also for the operation of the canal. So we have a comprehensive program for the Panama Canal Basin. We also have an education program. We also did a properties program for those who live in the canal basin surroundings can have a deed for their property, which will give them access to funds for education. And recently, we made the decision in the Panama Canal to become a carbon neutral institution by 2050, and we are following multiple strategies in our institution, but also with our users, because most of the carbon emissions come from the Panama Canal transits. So here we can see most of the programs that the Panama Canal has been working on in these 25 years of Panamanian administration. We have invested more than $117 million in different programs such as property ownership, education, rural communities clean water programs, education programs in different schools. We have the program Guardians of the Basin, so we teach kids about how to protect this basin that is so important for us. More than 50% of the Panamanian population use water from the Alajuela and Gatun Lake. Gatun Lake was created in 1914 and the Alajuela Lake in 1935, and these are the lakes that produce the water that feeds Panama City, Colón, and the West. And in the last few years, we have seen an increase in the consumption of clean water. So we have 8 treatment water plants. And after seeing the last 10 years in the changes of the weather, especially in the amount of rain, we have analyzed the creation of a new lake, which would be in the area of Indio River, which would be inside the Panama Canal Basin, where we would implement all of the programs we have already implemented to improve the communities in the surroundings of the area. It is a process in which we will follow all international standards for the benefit of the population. So I think that this forum is important because there are so many countries that are experiencing changes in the weather. It's not only Panama, and this is the best forum to share different policies and different laws and different ways in which we are managing the environment, but also to look at the challenges that we have, not directly in the Panama Canal, but in the area of Cunayala. We have seen the impact. We have seen an increase in the water levels in which we have had to relocate communities. And for us, such as this, we can share these experiences. Something important is that to have strong laws, we need scientific knowledge. And these go hand in hand to be effective when handling these type of topics. I want to show you now what we have been experiencing in the last few years in the Panama Canal. We can see the changes in the weather. Since 1957, where we had a drought season in the canal, somebody mentioned that we have more than 100 years of data, and that's true. So 1957, we experienced the drought season where we had to reduce the size of the vessels allowed, and it has allowed us to continue operating. However, when we in 2016 opened the new Panama Canal after 2015, which was the second drought season of the Panama Canal, and we were able to increase the amount of the sizes. In 2016, there was no impact to our customers because this was a new business offer. So bigger vessels could transit through the Panama Canal, so the impact was very little. 3 to 4 vessels were transiting. In 2019, we experienced another drought. There we had to apply some size restrictions, but no year has been as difficult as 2023, where we had the most drought season in the Panama Canal history. So we had to restrict the size of the vessels so that the water of the population was not impacted. So the operational measures from 2019 was not enough to maintain the same amount of transits in 2023. So as you can see, the challenge of the Panama Canal is water. That is a challenge we're facing right now, and we are trying to find a way to mitigate if we had a similar year to 2023. So we are working on a project of a new lake within the Panama Canal basin. It would be a lake in Indio River to guarantee water in a horizon of 50 years, considering consumption, growth, and storage. It's a relatively small lake in comparison to the Gatun Lake. It's approximately 4,600 hectares. It's a deep lake, so it will allow to store enough water, just like the Gatun Lake. It will give us water for 11 to 15 additional logs. And once the 3 water treatment facilities that are in construction are operational, we will be able to increase the size. And this is all being done with international standards when it comes to communities relocation. And with this project, we would have to relocate approximately 2,500 people. But this way we ensure clean water for the communities of those who live in the surroundings of the Panama Canal Basin, and we will maintain a profitable and safe Panama Canal in the future. The Panama Canal has generated more than $28 billion for the Panamanian government in 25 years of Panamanian administration. It's a company that employs more than 8,600 people, and it's a logistical hub. So it impacts greatly the Panamanian economy, but also the international economy, because the vessels that transit the Panama Canal reduce carbon emissions in comparison to the vessels who don't transit through the canal. So this also benefits the world. Thank you for your attention, and it's been a pleasure to participate in this forum today. Thank you, Engineer Marota, for being with us. Okay, so it's a moment to get into the third panel, representation. Parliaments are representatives of their voters. They debate and vote on behalf of them in the legislative congress. This means they have to express the decisions and demands of the people they represent and make decisions that can benefit the society with sustainable actions over time. So let's begin with the representation panel, which will be moderated by Senator Fermino Groby, President of the Curaçao Parliament. He studied law in the University of the Caribbean. Amongst other functions, he was a special deputy for the fiscal treaty. He was chosen president of the Curaçao Parliament for 2025-2029, being the youngest parliament that assumed that position in his country. Let's give him a round of applause. Of course, he won't be alone. The panelists that will be with him are Deputy Alfredo Pacheco Osoria, President of the Chamber of Congressmen of the Dominican Republic, and Secretary of Interparliamentary Affairs of the PARLATINO. Also with us, Ms. Nara Vargas, Main Executive of Biodiversity and Weather Directorate of CAF. Let's give her a round of applause. Representing Mr. Adoniran Sanchez Corazzi, Sub-Regional Coordinator for the FAO for Panama and Costa Rica, we have Alfredo Mayen, Officer of the FAO. Let's give him a round of applause. Also with us, Congresswoman Sonia Rojas, President of the Parliament Front Against Hunger of Latin America and the Caribbean. And also with us, Dr. Jorge Rivera Staff, former Secretary of Energy of Panama. Let's give him a round of applause. Senator, the floor is yours. Good morning. Are you falling asleep? Good morning. That's how I like it. It is an honor to begin this session focused on Parliament representation in the face of the climate challenge. The legitimacy of our actions in front of the climate change depends on how good we represent the voices of our communities, especially the most vulnerable. This session invites us to reflect on how to strengthen the bonds between representatives and the citizens in the context of climate transformation and intergenerational transformation. Representing implies more than taking a seat. It's listening, it's visualizing, and taking action according to the needs and aspiration of our people. The climate crisis demands inclusive response, informed response, and participatory response. How do we ensure that all sectors of society are reflected in the climate legislation? This is one of the key questions that we will answer today. This session offers a space to explore collectively the challenges and opportunities that parliaments face to represent their communities in the transition towards a just climate transition. We'll begin with a panel of specialists and representatives of Parliament who will present their real experiences about how they integrate the citizens' voices in legislative climate action. In the first round, our panelists will have 6 minutes for their initial interventions. Then we'll follow a second round if we have time. We'll open a second round if we have time, in which each panelist will have 4 minutes to answer or react to the answers or questions of their colleagues. There will also be a space to exchange with the participants. It will be quick because we don't have a lot of time, in which we will collect information about the necessary mechanisms to strengthen representation in this context. This dynamic aims to highlight the importance of active representation, inclusive and intergenerational representation, as a baseline to build legitimate and sustainable and effective climate legislation. Up next, we'll give the floor to our panelists, experts and parliaments who represent key organizations for a just transition in the region. Each intervention will give us a unique insight about how to exercise the function of representation in the face of the climate challenges from a territorial, technical, and parliamentary perspective. I am honored to introduce the first panelist, Congressman Alfredo Pacheco Osoria, President of the Chamber of Congressmen of the Dominican Republic, and also the Secretary of Interparliamentary Affairs of PARLATINO. Thank you, Mr. President. I join the greetings to all delegations led by the President of PARLATINO and Mr. Secretary. The function of representation in modern democracy and its role for a just transition towards having a better climate change has brought us together today with the purpose of doing urgent reflections that allows us to know how can political representation be an effective tool to face the challenges imposed by a transition to a more just, sustainable, and democrat model. In this meeting, I propose to combine two essential concepts of representation, which is understood as a baseline of legitimacy in modern democracy and for a just transition, with an ethical and political proposal that aims to ensure that nobody is left behind in the processes of sustainable change towards just societies that respect all these matters related to climate change. The function of representation, which is one of the main functions of legislators, and we have talked about legislating and prosecuting. So the function of representation is not only a mechanism for voting, it's the bridge between power and the people, and between the needs of the people and the public decisions that imply delegating, but that also demand, listen, dialogue, and is accountable. In modern democracy, this representation has been institutionalized through parliaments and political parties and electoral systems. However, Mr. President, today we are facing a representation crisis, and it's growing. And with the trust of voters for the parliaments, the connection between those represented and the representatives, but the organizations are not responding to majorities or minorities. This crisis is not political. It's also a climate climate crisis, and it affects deeply the way in which we can face this situation. A just transition comes from the need of facing climate change and the processes of decarbonization without replicating inequalities from the past. It also implies that from economies based on fossil fuels, we migrate to sustainable models, ensuring that all those workers and all those vulnerable communities and all those historically marginalized territories are actively a part of that change. It's not enough changing the technology. We also have to integrate actively those who we represent. And this is what representation is about. We need to change the relationship of power, the access of resources, and the decision-making mechanisms. Once again here, representation plays an essential role, or a crucial role, I would say. A just transition cannot simply be imposed from governments. It also requires authentic democratic processes where citizens can participate actively in the decision-making processes because it will affect their present and future lives. Meaning, it requires legitimate representation, effective representation, and most of all, Mr. President, transformative representation. This implies including new voices in the decision-making processes, giving the youth, women, indigenous communities, and those workers whose main raw material is carbon, rural communities, migrants, everyone, elders, so that we can have a better participation. This also implies reshaping representative institutions so that they can be more participatory, transparent, and effective. But it also implies recognizing the interests and visions without falling into false neutralities, because representing also means taking fair decisions for social justice and for climate justice. It also implies creating hybrid spaces of representation with the combination of traditional mechanisms of innovating ways of participation but also modern methods. Besides representation as an ethical and political horizon. A just transition is a horizon that needs democracy, not less democracy, more democracy. And democracy needs to revitalize its representation to be up to the standards of the challenges of new times. If we, the ones who make decisions, don't look for the participation of those we represent, then we are not servicing the society. Therefore, we need to be better representatives. Thank you. Thank you very much, Congressman Alfredo. I have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Nara Vargas, main executive of Biodiversity and Climate of CAF. Let's give her a round of applause.
I will indicate when you're running out of time, okay? Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. It's my pleasure to be here representing CAF, the Bank of Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, which looks out to be the green bank of the region, especially in such a crucial time for the climatic agenda of the region. It's my pleasure to be here on the Global Day for the Environment and the Month of the Natural Resources in Panama, and more than anything, considering the recent events that we have celebrated in our country, like the Secretary of the United Nations mentioned in his video. We had the Climate Week, the Summit of Biodiversity recently here in Panama, and definitely it's an honor for me as a Panamanian, as an executive of environmental and climate change for CAF, to share some ideas with you about what we consider crucial at CAF and important for the role of representation in Latin America and Caribbean. We think that departments are fundamental actors for climate action, and just transition are legitimate for them to be efficient and for them to be sustainable in time. Their representative function is what connects all these global compromises of our commitments that we so much here talk about with local realities, with the problems that we are living in our own communities, in our people's lands, in those small niches where of communities that are suffering the effects of climate change. That function is the one that allows the voices of the citizens, in particular the most vulnerable ones, are active part of the process. First, in this reflections I want to share is to represent, to include social justice in the center of transition, the energy transition, protection of biodiversity, adaptation to climate change. All of these are processes that entail great transformation, but if they are not anchored, if they don't go hand in hand with mechanisms of inclusion and participation, they have the risk of making existing inequality even worse. And if that inequality combines with degradation of soil, water resources stress, etc., this can even worsen the conflicts. And this is a common denominator in many of our countries and regions, just like we heard from one of our colleagues that presented, if I'm not mistaken, the representative of Argelia. In CAF, we work actively so climate decisions are built together with the population. We have, for example, programs of climate action with a local focus in Bolivia and Peru, where we have promoted the subnational actors' participation, including parliament, regional participants, to design local strategies for adaptation towards climate change. In face of climate change, the strategies that take into consideration the ancestral cultures, the experience, and knowledge of the local communities. This reinforces the idea that parliament representation must be translated in policies that protect rights and guarantee distributional justice. This is why CAP promotes cooperation among communities, countries, and public and private actors. Another important point that I want to highlight is that it's important to strengthen the institutional capabilities. The parliaments must have a voice and must have resources. Climate action also needs regulatory frameworks that are solid and effective action, just like in the previous panels for legislation and auditing. From CAF, we understand that many parliaments are facing financial and technical challenges to legislate and have influenced this agenda that results so complex. We have promoted initiatives like the Program for Institutional Strengthening Capability that has given technical assistance to Congresses and places like Colombia, Dominican Republic, and Ecuador to strengthen their role in the elaboration of green budgets, standards for energy transition, and mechanisms for environmental auditing. These tools allow the parliaments to be more than simple actors of approving laws, but actual actors for democracy and towards sustainability. Finally, representation to articulate the global and the local issues, like I was mentioning before. The representative action or function also demands that the parliaments to become bridges between the international climate agenda and the local needs. In the framework of preparation towards COP30, in which CAF expects to have an important role as the bank of the region, as with these pavilions in Latin America, we are supporting many countries, especially in the Amazon region, in building inclusive national positions where parliaments have a key role as translators of the Paris Agreement into their standard realities, and this will be in the framework of the biodiversity global framework, where we will need laws that will ensure conservation with equality. We are convinced that there is no transition without democratic effective representation. We will continue to work with the parliaments of Latin America and the Caribbean in order for the transformation to be led with social legitimacy, with a political dialogue, and with a long-term vision. Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Thank you, Ms. Vargas. I pass the floor to Adonis Iram Sanchez Verazzi, Sub-Regional Coordinator of FAO for Mesoamerica. Applause, please. Good morning, everyone. Before they start the clock, I want to tell you that my name is Alfredo Mayen. I come in representation of Adoram Sanchez, coordinator for the region for FAO, and he sends his apologies because he was not able to be here because of agenda issues, but we really appreciate the invitation that Parlatino extended to us. Today, we want to manifest our gratitude to Mr. President of the PARLATINO, Mr. Deputy Rolando Gonzalez, also to the executive of PARLATINO, Mr. Elias Castillo. Thank you very much for the consideration towards FAO and United Nations always. Honorable members of the Parliament, honorable guests, distinguished guests, and also I also want to greet you all to greet my colleagues at FAO, John Leonard Adid and Daniela Garcia, who are here with us today. Thank you very much for being with us in this so very important event. It's important for us to participate in this dialogue and just transition. And this is why we have an important significance in the framework of this Alliance for Climate Action and Just Transition, an initiative that's key to consolidate and strengthen the legislative commitment in face of the global challenge for climate change, and for which in the United Nations we congratulate these initiatives that the PARLATINO has. My intervention today is backed up by United Nations FAO, just like the sustained commitment of the Spanish Cooperation International Agency for Development, AECID, and the Mexican Agency for International Cooperation and Development, AMEXI, and the internalization of FIAP as well. And we are grateful for this. To this political dialogue, we consider that it's very important because it not only looks at to identify solutions, but only the proposals and the activities of the parliaments to propose a clean environment that's sustainable and in harmony with nature. We had a presentation. We have 4 minutes left. I don't know if you can help me to show it. This document we also pass to our interpreters because we have parliaments from the whole world, and we wanted to come to Latin America and the Caribbean. Next one, please. Do we have challenges? We have pressing climate urgencies. The conference of COP, the in United Nations Conventions for Climate Change is a vital space where the world defines its path and their change towards this constant crisis. In that sense, the Paris Agreement demands us to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And why does this matter for our region? Because key sectors like agriculture and forests, forests, and soil use, a follow for its acronym in English, not only generates about 23% of global emissions, but they also sustain the life of millions of our citizens. We are in the center of the problem, but also in the center of the solution. To avoid all this and to understand it, where we're heading, it's important to see that we have precedents like the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement, and the most recent commitments in Glasgow. And this is why the COPs, like we have said, they're transcendental and very important. Next one, please. I think it's important to highlight the accomplishments that give us hope. More than 130 countries, including various Latin American countries, supported the declaration about the forest that was signed in the COP26 in Glasgow. But we cannot ignore the signs of alert. We are losing 9.3 hectares of forest each year. The emissions of cattle breeding are on the rise, and only 2.5% of global climate financing reaches the agricultural and forestal sector. This is not a luxury, it's a need. More than 1 billion people at a global level depend on agriculture to the small scale. Many rural communities, indigenous people communities that protect 80% of global biodiversity, and women represent 43% of the agricultural force of labor, and they deserve egalitarian and real participation. Without transformation, there is not real just transition. This is why international cooperation is fundamental to these actions. The region needs to access these resources with more agility and justice. Next one, please. The innovation and investment are on our side. We need agriculture and monitoring, satellite monitoring, precise agriculture practices, among others. To recognize the role of the indigenous peoples is not only a historical justice act, it's a strategic decision. Next one, please. The solutions are at our reach, but they require norms and frameworks that are robust to incentivize sustainable agriculture and strengthen regulations against deforestation and to improve territorial planification. Next one, please. And since I have 2 seconds, thank you very much, you all. Thank you very much. I pass the floor to Sonia Rojas, Deputy. Thank you. Sonia Rojas, Coordinator of the Front Against Hunger in the Parliament of ALC and member of the Commission of Indigenous Matters of PARLATINO. 6 minutes.
Esquina, Shoshkaran, Sibutsuteta. Les saludo en.
This was my native indigenous Costa Rican language. I salute you where I come from. I'm proud of being part of this indigenous people. And here, first of all, I want to congratulate the indigenous people in the Environmental Global Day for the Environment, because they are the guardians of 80% of biodiversity in the world. It's a day to commemorate and honor this work of indigenous people. This is why we are breathing here today and we're living. Thank you very much. And second, I want to thank the president of PARLATINO, Mr. Rolando Gonzalez. Thank you so much for an invitation. It's an honor to share with you. Then I want to thank you all for being present here with us. There is a word that says that a lot are called, but few are selected. You have been chosen. This is a responsibility, a global responsibility that is in our hands, definitely. Thank you for being here. The Front Against Hunger and Malnutrition in Latin America and the Caribbean, the regional coordination, we are gathered in 21 national parliaments. We are part of 5 regional parliaments through 16 years that we have been working with legislative action generally centered in the agenda of Hunger Zero, in which from 2023 we adopted a commitment in the 10th Regional Forum in Chile to work the climate action, and we have also gathered climate action indigenous people in a group that is very important to work with. And here, regarding this, we have worked on about 100 laws in these 16 years that have strengthened the food security, revising in this group of indigenous people and climate change the importance of having the participation of the indigenous population of Latin America. And this is very important because we generate these legislations, we write them that will promote these public policies, but there is something supreme, that is, how is it done? Who are the indigenous people? How can we generate that protocol for an intercultural dialogue to be able to have legislations that will really promote the needs for feeding the indigenous people and the climate change? How do we reach that point? And that's where it's very important. Here we need to work not only for the indigenous people, which we talk again and again, but how are we actually doing this with them? And there's something very important that a lot don't know, which is the previous open, free consultation with indigenous people. What countries are applying this? Well, this is part of this. In Costa Rica, just an example, we're in the process of changing the standards or guidelines of the Congress to do really a pre-consultation about what we're going to legislate with them, because it's not only from the perspective of the legislator, the deputy, the Congress person or senator, it's from the perspective of the indigenous people that live in these places, and it's also very important from the perspective of the rural women in rural areas, also in coastal area. Food security is when we have the effect of climate change. This impacts more these populations, women, indigenous people, rural and farming population and coastal population. And this we need to take into consideration is not only a speech of the academia. We need to work with them and for them to build. If we don't do it that way, well, it will only be a speech from country to country. And then this is why we need to take legislative action in this intercultural dialogue. Regarding the legislations that we have been approving, one of the special legislative treatment is the laws and waste of food. It's the key to environmental sustainability. We all know that the situation is representing from 8 to 10% of gas emissions for greenhouse emissions. We are already doing it. We have made this real in places like Argentina, Ecuador, Spain, and we have implemented one of the most important laws for prevention and reduction of the loss and waste of food from PARLATINO. This law, elaborated with the technical assistance of FAO, which have been one of the most key technical support of our Parliament Association, as well as it has been the Spanish and Mexican corporations. We thank them very much. The support is necessary. Remember that food security and climate change is not a popular topic in the parliaments. It doesn't sell. It needs to come from brothers and sisters from the parliaments. A struggle for the most vulnerable ones. In this way, it's important to say as well that we have created the model led by the Latin American and Parliament and the Parliament front, more than 100 laws that have supported agroecology, the actions towards in face of climate actions in legislative matters, and to be able to ensure the feeding the most vulnerable populations. Thank you very much. Deputy Rojas.
And now we'll give the floor to Mr. Jorge Rivera Staff, former Secretary of Energy of Panama. Let's give him a round of applause. Good day, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. Thanks to the President of PARLATINO and, of course, Mr. Elias for the invitation to be here this morning. I want to share with you just one idea related to the role of representation of parliaments, and that is the heart of our democracies. But that idea is a result of more than 20 years of being linked to the sustainable energy sector. And I'm not only an energy expert, but I'm also a military and a leader of political organizations of our country, but also NGOs and a university professor. Throughout all of these years, we emphasize, and it is important to emphasize, the initiatives we're working on for the climate change to technical elements. Of course, without science and without knowledge, we cannot move ahead. And of course, there's a possibility to secure resources, financing for these processes. But there's a missing link that we have to strengthen, and it is associated to the role of representation in parliaments, which is the heart of our democracies, and that is the political element. That is the idea I want to share, and I want to develop in the 4 minutes that I have. The climate change problem is not a technology problem. It's not a technical problem. It's not a funding problem. We have the resources. The technology and scientists have proven many times for the last 20 years that they have the possibility of developing the technologies to fight climate change. However, we are now in a worse position than 10 years ago. And if you look at the 10-year projections, they say that we're going to be jealous of how we were 10 years ago. And let me tell you just one anecdote that reflects this development and the reason I'm working today on strengthening that capability and that political will in the fight against climate change and for the energy transition. In October of 2018, I finished reading the report of the Climate Change Panel experts. That is a group of scientists around the world that determine true scientific information. When I was done reading that report in October of 2018, the only thing that came to my mind were two things. Andre and Alicia. Andre and Alicia are my children, and I couldn't believe that I was reading a report that was so strong, but nothing had happened. Nothing was mobilized. There were no urgent actions that proposing why it was necessary to try to limit the temperature to 2 degrees less, like we agreed upon in the Paris Agreement 2 years before. And the scientists said it's not enough to limit to 2 degrees. We have to take it to 2.5 degrees. Otherwise, the civilization as we know it in 2050 will be no more. And I can tell you that right now the projections are not 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees. The projections at the pace, at the current pace, is 3 degrees. And that is catastrophic. But why are we not evolving at the pace that we need when we have all the scientists giving it their all every day with all the current technologies for renewable energies? And it's even less expensive than before by 80%, regardless of the challenges. But that is because there's no political will to drive the changes at the pace that we needed. And political will, it's complex, but it's not only limited to specific projects. I can tell you that with the experience that I had for years being the director of energy in our country, the role of being an enabler in political will and the capability of parliaments and experts in each of our countries have a crucial role, but also at the geopolitical level. Just to wrap up, back then in 2018, that impacted me. I saw silence worldwide, but today in 2025, it's still silence. But also, we are so offensive, but in the opposite direction. And that offense is led and is a result of a political decision from the United States of America. There is a political decision in which the American population voted and they chose a proposal related to climate change and has generated a wave that hit the entire world. So the political will has a lot more reach than we can imagine. We can also talk about politics in negotiations and international agreements. Yesterday and today we were talking about the role of the technocracy, international technocracy. But at the end, where do the decisions remain when we don't come to agreements? We put them in front of politicians and politicians make the decisions. So if we can strengthen that possibility of generating political will from our parliaments, then we can actually contribute to this discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jorge. We've heard in this first round different versions and enriching versions that give us different dimensions of the representation function in climate change. These contributions allow us to see how parliament representation can be strengthened through an effective participation and with a territorial focus, intergenerational justice, and coordination between sciences, citizens, and public policies. But due to the limited time, we won't get into the second round, but I'm going to give the panelists 2 more minutes. It will be difficult, so 2 minutes for the closing remarks. Let's begin with Congressman Alfredo Pacheco Osaria. From your seat. Simple. I'm not even going to take the 2 minutes. Do I have sound? No, I don't. Yes? I'm not going to take my 2 minutes. I think that after listening to the participation of my dear panelists, we can agree that the representation policies that all parliaments must implement must always go hand in hand with the needs of those we represent, but also giving an additional participation to those who we represent. Then we can help and we can coordinate all of these purposes, so that instead of walking backwards, like our previous panelists mentioned, we can actually move forward with this problem and the threats that climate change represent for the people of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much, Congressman Alfredo Pacheco. And now I'll give the floor to Ms. Nara Vargas. Thank you. I will try to be quick with some points. I agree the geopolitical situation right now represents an important challenge for our region. But at the same time, we can see Latin America and the Caribbean as a region that is a solution for the climate change crisis and the biodiversity crisis. We own 40% of the diversity of the planet. We have one of the very few countries that are carbon negative in the world, Panama, and that is something we have to make the most of to really move ahead and be representatives in the world of a solution. Definitely, climate action and a just transition not only require funding, and here we are representing one of the development banks that, precisely because of the geopolitical position, has a great opportunity to support the country members. We recognize that it also requires participation and democratic governance, and parliaments play an essential role as representatives of the citizens. And one more thing, there's no just transition without parliaments that listen, represent, and include the most vulnerable: women, the youth, informal workers, indigenous communities, rural communities, amongst others. As Development Bank, we promote the institutional strengthening that allows this inclusion, and we are willing to partner with the institutions from parliaments from different country members, with technical cooperation, with dialogue, with studies like the one presented yesterday, the sectorial study, and other options we want to explore to support the representation function in the parliaments of Latin America. Thank you very much, Ms. Nara Vargas. And I'll give the floor now to, on behalf of Mr. Adoniran Sanchez, Alfredo Maggi. So thank you for the translators. I'm in point number 8. It seems important from the FAO and the UN to recognize the role of the indigenous communities. Like Congresswoman Sonia stated, and we have worked together for a long time, and recognizing the role of indigenous communities is not only an act of historical justice, but it's also a strategic decision. We need to institutionalize their leadership in our climate policies. Not only inquire, but also include them as a partner with voice and vote. Like I said, the solutions are within our reach, but they require robust frameworks, incentivizing sustainable agriculture, strengthening regulation against deforestation, and improving territorial planning can reduce significantly emissions. You, as legislators, with all due respect, you have the power and the responsibility of making these policies a reality. The future of climate in Latin America and the Caribbean is on the line today. Climate action in agriculture and other uses of the soil can contribute up to 30% of the necessary global contribution by 2030. Therefore, we also invite you to consider involving actively our communities. This is a historic opportunity to change the path of our societies and leave behind a legacy that we feel proud of without leaving anybody behind. Thank you very much, Mr. Alfredo Magin, on behalf of Mr. Adoniram Sanchez Perazi. And now I'll give the floor to Congresswoman Sonia Rojas. Thank you. So I have some recommendations for the Voice of Parliaments to consider the COP30, which will be held in November of this year in Belém, Brazil. We wanted to write these important recommendations, which are recognizing the protagonist role of parliaments in global climate governance, promoting regional laws for agroecology and food waste with the technical support of the FAO as a climate action with social justice, promoting direct access and just access to funding by the countries of the South, focusing on indigenous communities and rural women, including sustainable food systems as a structure in climate policies, ensure an effective parliament participation in the decision-making process of the COP30, consolidating regional interparliamentary alliances that can lift the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean in multilateral spaces. So this is a summary that we want you to consider in the COP30. Thank you, Congresswoman Sonia Rojas. And finally, but not least, I'll give the floor to Mr. Jorge Rivera. Thank you. To reinforce the concept we are proposing, which has been enriched with this participation, I want to insist the political component can enable the progress at the pace that we need, both for technological development, but also the allocation of resources. However, if we see how difficult it has been so far to consolidate this political factor, in short term, things can get complicated. In January of 2024, for the first time, in the report of the main risk of the world at the short term, the number one risk for the world is the misinformation, and the risk 3 is social polarization. This means that the political role is even more important. This is not a technical matter. The discussions we can have about this topic and the measures we have to develop to fight the climate change and for sustainability and to prevent biodiversity loss are not related only to technology. There has to be a social and political discussion. These discussions are overshadowed by the emphasis we make and that we do need, but science and knowledge. But we also need that pillar and that political role. So my call to action is that parliaments that are made up of experts, but are a part of a complex political dynamic, but have a lot to contribute so that we can make it on time and achieve the objectives we are proposing. Thank you. Thank you. And I think it is important, and we can tell that there's a need for more dialogue, not only about the environment, but also our support and representation as members of the parliament. So this panel deserves a round of applause. So with that, we can finish the last panel of today. Thank you all for the active participation of our panelists and the audience. So let's continue with the program. Thank you very much, Senator Frangino Brownbill, and thank you for the participants of this panel. So let's move on with special interventions. And for that, we will call Mr. Abdel Kader Salama, first Vice President of the Chamber of Advisors of Morocco. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be speaking in Arabic because my intervention was prepared in Arabic. But there will be a translator. And I think the message will get to everyone.
في البداية أود أن أشكر أعضاء المكتب التنفيذي للبرلمان بارلاتينو المحترم الذي يختار في كل مرة دورة من دوراته مواضيع اللي هي مهمة جدا وعند واحد غاية مفيدة اللي كترجع على مستقبل شعوبنا.
Dear participants, allow me to begin by complimenting the important role of the Parliament of Latin America and the Caribbean and its board of directors. And in each of the sessions, they have known how to decide the topics for the dialogue for the future of our people.
باب النقاش في موضوع مصيري ألا وهو التغيرات المناخية.
And today this opens the door for discussions about climate change.
مداخلتي في هذه لن تكون تقنية تاركا المجال إلى ذوي الاختصاص. سأتدخل بصفتي كبرلماني مغربي عربي إفريقي بحيث كنوجه واحد خطورة آنية وكبيرة جدا وقادمة لا محالة إلى كوكبنا هذا. ثم معكم تجربة المغرب في هذا الموضوع المهم.
Today, my intervention is not going to be technical because that is for the experts. I will talk to you as a parliament from Morocco to share with you what the African people and the Moroccan people feel in the face of an unavoidable future for our planet. And I also want to share with you the experience of Morocco in this matter.
أصبح التغير المناخي حقيقة واقعة لا يمكن إنكارها إذ يشهد العالم ارتفاعا غير مسبوق في درجات الحرارة وتصحرا متزايدا وذوابا سريعا للأنهار الجليدية وحرائق بشرية واقتصادية جسيمة. هذه الظواهر لم تعد استثنائية بل أصبحت نمطا متكررا يهدد الأمن البيئي والاقتصادي والغذائي على حد السواء.
Climate change has become an undeniably reality. The world is experiencing changes in temperature. The melting of the glaciers, devastating wildfires, hurricanes, and floods that cause great human losses and financial losses. but they have become recurrent and they threat the financial, environmental security around the world. In Morocco and in the African continent, the negative effects of climate change are more severe. Many countries are facing an acute lack of water, an accelerated loss of vegetation, and the degradation of agricultural soil, which makes even more severe poverty and weaken the social and financial structures, even though these regions are the ones that contribute less to global emissions, but they are the ones that are the most affected.
أمام خطر يهدد الكرة الأرضية برمتها، ولا يمكن لأي دولة مهما بلغت قوتها أن تواجهه بمفردها. أن التضامن المناخي لم يعد خياراً بل ضرورة قصوى. لقد حان الوقت لتحمل جميع الدول مسؤوليتها، كل حسب قدرته، من أجل تقديم مفهوم الحكامة المناخية وتطبيقها بجدية واعتماد قرارات شجاعة وملزمة للجميع.
El mundo entero enfrenta hoy una amenaza que
The world is facing a threat that puts at risk the entire planet. No country, no matter how powerful it is, can face it alone.
ya no es una opción.
Climate solidarity is no longer an option, it's an urgent need. The time has come for all countries to assume their responsibility, each according to their capabilities, so we can apply climate governance and make courageous decisions that can reduce emissions, provide renewable energies, and guarantee a just transition.
في وضع التشريعات الضرورية ومراقبة السياسات البيئية والترافع من أجل تحقيق العدالة المناخية والمساهمة في نشر الوعي البيئي لدى المواطنين.
In this context, the role of parliaments is essential. Writing appropriate laws, supervise environmental policies, and advocate for environmental justice, and raise awareness with the citizens about the importance of the environment.
تجربة المغرب التي تشكل نموذجا جديرا بالاهتمام في مواجهة التغيرات المناخية.
In this context, I would like to share with you the experience of Morocco. It's an interesting model in climate change.
استراتيجية طموحة تقوم على
El Reino de Marruecos
Morocco has adopted a strategic vision that integrates climate justice,
حيث تم إطلاق مشاريع رائدة مثل محطة نور للطاقة الشمسية في ورزازات، والتي تعد من أكبر المشاريع في العالم، بهدف للوصول إلى توليد أكثر من 52% من مصادر نظيفة بحلول سنة 2030.
First, an ambitious program for renewable energy that can provide more than 52% of clean energy by 2030, led by the mega project and solar complex Bur North.
وضمان الأمن المائي في ظل الجفاف المتزايد.
Una nueva política de
A new water policy based on an instruction to fight droughts.
وطنية لتنمية المساهمة ترتكز على الاقتصاد الأخضر والمحافظة على التنوع البيولوجي.
La adopción de agricultura inteligente.
The adoption of smart green agriculture.
البعد المناخي في البرامج التعليمية لتكوين جيل جديد واع بتحديات البيئة.
Inclusión de la dimensión
Inclusion of education for creating a new generation aware of climate challenges.
مثل مبادرة الطاقة المتجددة التي أطلقها جلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله خلال مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 22 في مراكش.
También iniciativas.
Also, regional initiatives in Africa launched in COP22 in Marrakesh.
التكيف مع الفلاحة الإفريقية تريبل A 2025.
Asimismo, el Reino Marruecos organizó la conferencia sobre la
Morocco organized the conference about the African agriculture, AAA African agriculture in 2025. Morocco has become a pioneer model in the countries of the South of Global South for climate justice with interesting projects such as the following.
والري بالتنقيط في 53% من المساحات والتخطيط لسقي 1,000,000 هكتار بهذه التقنية.
The 53% of surfaces of crops being managed by intelligent irrigation.
وتحلية مياه البحر وإعادة تدوير المياه وبناء السدود الصغرى.
Also, policies, national policies about water based on preservation of basins, watersheds, or what's called the water highways.
حال في الطاقة الشمسية الدولي الذي يضم 100 دولة.
Morocco is also a member of the International Solar Alliance that gathers over 100 countries.
في مبادرات إقليمية مثل مبادرة 5+5 في غرب المتوسط والاتحاد من أجل المتوسط.
And Morocco is an active actor and participates actively in regional initiatives like the initiatives 5+5 in the Western Mediterranean and the Union for the Mediterranean.
المملكة المغربية على أهمية الاتفاقية الدولية البيئية منها اتفاقية فيينا، بروتوكول مونتريال، تعديل بروتوكول مونتريال بشأن المواد ديال اللي كتأثر على الأوزون، اتفاقية باريس، بروتوكول كيوتو.
The Kingdom of Morocco has ratified the main agreements for climate change, the Montreal Protocol, the Vienna Protocol, the protocol for the substances that erode the ozone, the Paris Agreement, and the Kyoto Agreement.
المغرب يؤمن بإمكانية تحقيق تحول بيئي شامل في بلدان الجنوب من خلال التعاون متعدد الأطراف والابتكار المشترك وتمكين الشباب والمجتمع المدني للتواصل هذا المسار بشجاعة ومسؤولية، لأن الأرض لا يملكها أحد وهي للجميع ومستقبل الأجيال القادمة.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, to conclude, I would like to confirm that the Kingdom of Morocco believes firmly in the possibility of having a climate transformation integral in the global south through the multilateral cooperation and the active participation of the youth sector in civil society. Let's continue through this path with bravery and responsibility, because we don't have an alternate planet, and the future of our generation is in our hands.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor Salama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salama. Now we invite Mr. Ángel Ureña, Director of Climate Change of the Ministry of Environment of Panama.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I will be brief. I know it's almost lunchtime, so I will be precise about the message that I want to share with you, that is focused on the just transition topic and the climate action, an element that we have been discussing during these days in this forum. Let's see if I skip this. Important. The just transition is the bridge between climate action and social justice. We have talked about the different supporting points that a the just transition is an element to be able to build this strategy that will allow us to be resilient and adapt ourselves to climate change. The just transition is a focus that looks out through a low carbon emission economy that's inclusive, egalitarian, and respectful of the human rights. This concept comes from the need of protecting the workers and communities that could be affected by the closing of the companies that would close because of the emissions. It's not only about reducing emissions, but guaranteeing that no one is left behind in the process. For this, it's important to have in consideration main principles that will have in consideration social justice, human rights, labor rights, and a significant participation and sustainability in economical, and that involves unions, communities, and companies. Even though Panama is negative carbon, it faces important challenges because of the climate crisis. We cannot leave anyone behind with the strategies for climate change mitigation. Instead of going forward, I'm going back. A just transition requires planification, participation, and social protection. This is how it's built. We need first to evaluate the socioeconomical previous condition in an area, identify regions and the sectors that are more affected by decarbonization. We also require the consolidations and labor qualification. This includes the qualification programs for workers that have been displaced by the closing of industries that have been polluted, and build sustainable structures in areas that have been affected. The citizens' participation, which is multi-scalable, to build it at a local scale, and also take the intergenerational design policies that will distribute the costs and benefits of the transition, and also, and fundamental, the legal and human rights framework, including the aligned policies with the human rights, guaranteeing that no fundamental rights will be harmed in the name of climate action. These elements to consider are aligned with the Escazú Agreement, which I imagine has been seen in this forum, and the directives of the ILO. And in Panama, what are we doing? Panama has an opportunity to lead a just transition in the region. Panama has taken important steps like the inclusion of in the long-term strategy for just transition is participation in the Escazú Agreement. Equally, to be able to move forward, we propose an approach based on, first, the diagnosis of the vulnerable sectors. Second, the labor training focusing on interculturally cultural gender. The inclusion of Afro-descendant population, as was in the previous panel, and the protection of strategic ecosystems like forests and watersheds. It's important to highlight that we must align transition with the reduction of inequality at a structural level. If not, we are not creating a real effect. How are we approaching the national determined contributions towards the national plan adaptation plans? Here, it's important that just transition must be integrated transversally in all of the climate instruments. The commitment of Panama with nature and the indices of Panama already recognizes the need of a just transition, but it requires to be reinforced with the revision of development plans and to include specific employments and human rights with the carbon markets that we are building and establishing. What will be the norms of the carbon market or coal market in Panama? It's important for the benefits to reach local communities and not be focused on main actors, and we must guarantee access to water, food security, and the resilience of the most vulnerable territories. It's important to highlight that a just transition is not only a climate goal, but also a strategy for sustainable and inclusive development. With this, I finish, not without indicating that for this transformation to be really just, we need all of the voices to be heard. At this moment, Panama is at a key point, which is the public consultation of the climate change law. Passing of the laws, this will be key in matters of socio-economic. We would like to invite you to know about it. You can access through the QR to the document that is now being discussed. You can give your opinion and participate actively. Also, you can scan it on your cell phone to access this directly. Your participation is fundamental to ensure that this law will reflect the needs, rights, and aspirations of all of the Panamanian population, because a transition just is built with justice, but also with the participation of all of you. With this, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much, and much success. Thank you, Mr. Angel Ureña. Big round of applause. We call Mr. Miguel Marejo, official of the NUMA program. Big round of applause for Mr. Miguel from UNEP. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I will also be very brief. I only wanted to communicate from the UN Environment Program, UNEP, that we're grateful to be able to have this conversation with you in this last instance of this political dialogue, and congratulate the Latin American Caribbean Parliament for this initiative and for to show our commitment with climate action and just transition. In UNDP, we have been working with PARLATINO for many years, supporting the works of the Commission of Environment and Tourism, and then with other commissions. In the specific topic of climate change, we had the opportunity to work on the climate laws in the region, and lately the development of a proposal in the framework of climate change for the region, which incorporates as well the food security vision. This proposal for the law was elaborated together with the FAO colleagues that are here with us today as well. In the same way, in the pollution because of plastics, which is a topic on this Environment World Day, the PARLATINO opened their doors to work together in this topic. This had a big participation for what you have heard because of the importance of including multiple actors in multiple levels in these processes. And this process ended in 2023 with a series of virtual seminars on this topic, where the presidency of PARLATINO and members of the Commission of Environment and Tourism also participated. At a global level in UNEP, we work with the International Parliamentary Association and also recognizing the vital role that the parliaments have to ensure the development strengthening of the environmental rights. In that sense, we feel honored to be here with you today, and just like our regional director Juan Bello pointed out yesterday, we add ourselves up with enthusiasm in this alliance for just transition and climate action, committing to walk along with you in the activities that you will develop in with our technical support in whatever we can do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Miguel. Big round of applause for him. Yes, and with this, we come to the climax of the event, the signature of the climate action of this for this signature of climate action and just transition. We will call by name all the members associated with it will step to the stage who will sign as co-founders of this alliance. Let's wait a few seconds to put together the stage.
Recordemos que este evento internacional está siendo transmitido por el canal de la Asamblea Nacional. Por el canal de televisión de la Asamblea Nacional de Panamá. Ajá, okay.
We want to remind you that this international event is being transmitted through the official channel of the National Assembly of Panama, TVL, legislative television, and the streaming of the different international parliaments.
Estamos preparándonos para la...
We are getting prepared for the signature of the Constitution of the Parliamentary Alliance for Climate Action and Just Transition. Remember, we will call by name all of the signing members that will step to the stage to sign as co-founders of this alliance.
Antes de empezar a llamar a la lista...
Before starting calling the members, we start by the board of PARLATINO to join us.
Empezamos entonces a llamar a los miembros.
And now we'll begin calling the members. From Aruba, Senator Alfred Snick, President of the Parliament of Aruba. Please come. From Chile, Congressman Andrés Longton, head of the Chamber of Congressmen and Congresswomen of Chile. Member of Cuba, designated by the President of the Congress, Congressman Morlo Terriba. Vice President of Education, Culture, Science and Environment. From Curaçao, Senator Fergino Brownbill, President of the Parliament of Curaçao. From Panama, Congressman Didiano Pinilla Rios, First Vice President of the National Congress of Panama. From Paraguay, the President of the Chamber of Congressmen, designated Congressman Francisco Pedersman. From Saint Martin, the President of the Saint Martin Parliament, Honorable Sarah Westcomb Williams. From Serbia, we have the President, Milimir Gudajonik. From Uruguay, Congressman Carlos Reutor. And from the Chamber of Congressmen, Senator Silvia Nane. From the Dominican Republic, we have Congressman Alfredo Paseco Osoria, President of the Chamber of Congressmen. From the Arabic Parliament, we have Mr. Mohamed Ahmed Abjamahami. Just for you to know, the pen everybody's using to sign is from a special wood that is native from Africa. It can be found in Panama, South America, and in remote areas, making it very difficult to extract, and it's the one that we have today for this important event. From the Andean Parliament, we have Mr. Gustavo Pacheco Villar, President. And from Serbia, we have the President, Milimir Vujadinovic.
Hacemos una corrección. Esta es el...
Correction. There is a delegate on her behalf.
Por parte de Perú, tenemos a la congresista.
From Peru, we have Congresswoman María del Carmen Alba Prieto.
Por el Parlamento de Tolerancia y
From the Parliament of Tolerance and Peace, we have Congressman Carlos Núñez, which will sign the document on behalf of Mr. Boab Jamek Abordan. From the Arabic Parliament and President of the country of Argelia Parliament, we have Brahim Bugali. Congresswoman Sonia Rojas from the Front of Climate Change. She's a coordinator. And now we'll call the associate members. Mr. Gustavo Acosta, representative from Latin America and the Caribbean, on behalf of Mr. Abing Bom Mohayat Arwanda. From the International Federation of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent Moon, Ms. Josie Peace, Regional Director. From the Institute of Governance and the Andean Parliament, Gustavo Letelier. Let's give him a round of applause. Associate member from the OLADE, Mr. Andrés Rebolledo. Executive Secretary. On behalf of the platform CIPO, Amayala Foley, Executive Director of CIPO. On behalf of the United Nations Program for the Environment, Mr. Juan Bello, Regional Representative. Let's give all a round of applause. And to finish this signature chapter, as founders of Parliament Action for Just Transition, Congressman Rolando González Patricio, President of PARLATINO, will sign the promotion of this important event.
Bien. Antes de la firma de...
And before the signature from our president, I'm going to call Congressman Abdel Khaleb Salama, first Vice President from the Chamber of Parliament from Morocco, for his signature.
Ahora sí, estamos entonces apreciando.
And now we're going to be witnesses of the signature for the climate change action, the signature of Congressman Rolando Patricio, President of PARLATINO. Thank you.
Procedemos ahora a la fotografía.
And now let's move on with the picture with the founders of the Climate Action Parliament according to our protocols. And let me tell you that the signature of this Alliance for Climate Change and Just Transaction in the PARLATINO today, June 5th, 2025, the day in which we celebrate the World Environment Day, represents a milestone which represents multilateralism and strengthens the efforts to protect and preserve and use in a sustainable way the environmental resources. Let's give you all a round of applause.
Estamos siguiendo las indicaciones de protocolo. Para culminar este importante...
And to finish this important meeting, Congressman Rolando will now read the statement and will give us the closing remarks. Good afternoon. All delegations received and all organizations with us received the project of our declaration. It was a collective effort, and as usual in the last few hours we received some recommendations that were considered. Based on that consensus, I will now read the statement from this political dialogue. Parliaments from Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and participants from Europe in the political dialogue of parliaments in climate action and just transition, in collaboration with multiple international organizations and civil society, held in PARLATINO in Panama City, Republic of Panama, in June 4th and June 5th of 2025, considering the following. The sustainable development is essential to ensure an inclusive world, a just and pacific and resilient that can strive for the future, for the present and future generations. Meeting this objective has been obstacled by climate change that is affecting the entire planet in disproportion to countries of the global south, especially those vulnerable to its adverse events, and that leads to the loss of biodiversity, deforestation, storms, sandstorms, droughts, and extreme raining, pollution, and other environmental problems. It is not possible to make a reality our aspirations for the future unless we face these challenges together with urgency and with a renewed vigor. With the purpose of facing these challenges, the Assembly of the United Nations approved the Pact for the Future on September 22nd of 2024, and this represents commitments and consensus to speed up meeting the obligations in the framework of the United Nations Convention and the Paris Agreement of 2015. We also highlight the contribution of Parliament against malnutrition and hunger from 2023 that promotes awareness on Parliament actions to fight malnutrition and hunger for better sustainable food systems around the world. It is necessary to take action with a sense of urgency. These and the other principles that are part of the Rio Declaration about the environment. The COP22 convention held in Marrakech, Morocco in November of 2016 had its main objective to strengthen and put into action the Paris Agreement and to give a voice to the most vulnerable countries to climate change, approach the commitment of rich countries to increase significantly climate funding, ratify agreements about the reduction of emissions, amongst other objectives. It has been scheduled to hold the COP30 from the United Nations in November of 2025 in the Brazilian city of Belém in the state of Pará. The COP30 proposes to redirect efforts towards action and implementation, translating words into transformative action on the field, and align efforts inside and outside of the United Nations framework for climate change with long-term objectives of the Paris Agreement, with a sense of urgency and with synergy for global crisis about climate crisis and the loss of biodiversity to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We declare that the urgent attention that these threats demand will only be possible with a collective effort of parliaments and the interparliamentary organizations through its basic functions, mainly legislation, control, and representation.
That we are available to do all the tasks that are necessary just like promoting the active participation of all the branches of power of the state, their institutions, private sector, and civil society, organized civil society. The parliaments must also act as guarantors of the national climatic commitments, nationally and internationally, in defense of human rights and civic spaces, and actors in a just transition that won't leave anyone behind, especially the indigenous people, Afro-descendant communities, farm workers, and women. And we constitute the Alliance for the Climatic Action and Just Transition that proposes itself to mitigate the adverse effects of climate change and to create a just transition in the global south, potentiating the parliament input in maintaining and sustaining a clean environment that's sustainable, where humanity will live in harmony with nature. Let this alliance be a permanent space of dialogue, articulation, and parliament cooperation at a global level, oriented for legislative action, promote an energy transition that is just, and defend the principle of democracy, human rights, and sustainable development. We commit ourselves to promote legislations in energetic transition, equitable work, financing, and green technologies, guaranteeing the low carbon emissions based on social justice and in agreement with the Paris Agreement and with the global balance. With the Parliament, members in international forums will participate towards climate change, particularly within the framework of the Convention of the United Nations and the COPs, and we commit to elevate the formal group of parliaments to the status of constitution within the process of the framework of the United Nations for climate change, recognizing the key institutional role that the parliaments have for climate global governance. We invite the COP 30, the COP 30 Summit for the Just Transition as an actor decided to contribute in an effective way to comply with the objectives of the conference and in the framework of the United Nations for climate change that are nothing else than the proposals and aspirations of humanity at large. Given in the PARLATINO in this Panama City, Republic of Panama, June 5, 2025. Well, reaching this point at this time, I think we have said a lot, and I must thank the effort of being with us, like I was saying since the beginning, the delegations that even come from other commitments, and for many hours and days they left their home countries, including members of the PARLATINO. For us, it's a very special day today because we have reached the result of an effort of many months. And this is, without a doubt, something that can be very valuable. We are confident that this alliance will be a contribution, an element to the articulation, the most complete articulation of global governance for climate change. But this doesn't mean more than the fact that we have a bigger commitment today. We have reached the first result, but practically all of the work is left to do today, even though that it's already the afternoon. We just want to thank you for your effort and to thank you for being with us in this adventure for saving humanity. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And with these words, we conclude the political dialogue that framed the constitution of the Parliament Alliance for Climate Action and Just Transition. Great impacts start with small actions. Today, everything adds. We all add up. Let's act locally to impact at a global scale. Taking care of the planet is a shared responsibility. Thank you for your participation and commitment with climate action. Have a great afternoon.